Okay, we welcome you to the 7th meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. And starting a couple minutes late, we just had a couple technical issues that we had to resolve, and those are good, so we're ready to move forward. We have some great things to go over today, and so we welcome you. So Ms. Harper, would you please call the roll?
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Buck.
Here.
Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy. Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Thomas.
Here.
Chair Dennis.
Here, thank you. And please mark Assemblywoman Hardy absent and excused. Unfortunately, our alternate member wasn't able to attend in her absence. So before we begin, I would like to cover some, I should say for the record that we still have a quorum. So we are good to go. So before we begin, some of the things, just as a reminder, first, I'd like to notify members that last Friday, June 10th, the Legislative Commission approved the committee to hold 3 additional meetings. As you know, we were originally scheduled to approve for 8 meetings. We had 1 additional meeting in May to discuss school board governance, and we will schedule a follow-up meeting to discuss the information and recommendations received during that meeting. Finally, we will need to hold 1 additional meeting past the August 31st deadline to consider the State Board of Education's report concerning providing instruction on the Holocaust and other genocides pursuant to AB 231 of the 2024 session, and the report is not due until October 1st. The committee will thus have to hold 1 additional meeting to receive this report and to consider possible recommendation. To this end, I also requested permission to submit 1 BDR after the September 1st deadline in case the committee would like to request legislation related to any recommendations resulting from that report. So because we were tasked with doing some additional studies and our meetings are already full, instead of adding an additional 4 hours onto one of our meetings, we requested some additional time. So we'll still finish up all of our meetings except for the October one by the end of August, but that was approved last Friday by the Legislative Commission. Also, just set your electronic devices to silent. When speaking, it's important that you identify yourself for the record each time you speak. So as if we're asking questions, even though you just said it when you answered the previous question, you need to just re-identify yourself. So that way, the folks that are doing the minutes know exactly who made what comment. Sometimes when they're listening to those, the people sound exactly the same, so you can't tell who said what. So please make sure you do that. And then you have to turn your microphone on and off each time you finish speaking. We do have a signing table, so please sign in even if you don't plan to testify. And then meeting materials received prior to the meeting have already been uploaded to the committee's website. You can receive electronic notifications for the committee's agendas, minutes, final report by signing up at the Nevada Legislature's website. And then for if we have anybody, especially when we do the Zoom, if you're not speaking, mute your mic to minimize background noise. And finally, please note, during the committee meeting, the Zoom chat feature is only to be used for technical assistance from our broadcast production services colleagues. And we will take a 30-minute lunch break later this morning after we get through some of our work this morning. So with that, let's get started with public comment. Public comment can be provided in several ways, in person, by calling in, email, written. So all those are available, and the method of doing that's on our website. And then please limit your public comment to 3 minutes per speaker. Any additional, in addition, you have the opportunity to also make public comment at the end of the meeting. So we have 2 public comment periods. One's now, one at the end. As you're making remote public comment, our broadcast and production services staff will interact with you to make sure that we can hear you. So with that, I will begin with those wishing to make public comment here in Las Vegas. Anyone wishing, if you'd come forward? And I think we could do, there's there 3 seats there? I can't. 2, okay. So if there's more than one, the second person can come up and sit down also. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. Nevada classrooms continue to be some of the most overcrowded in the nation, and NSEA has long stressed the importance of smaller class sizes. Common sense tells us, and research confirms, the number of students in a class makes a real difference for students and teachers alike. For students, smaller class size can help close the racial achievement gap, lead to earlier identification of learning disabilities, improve high school graduation rates, improve student behavior, and allow for more engagement in lessons. For educators, smaller class size improves educator morale as it allows for more individual and differentiated instruction, less time on paperwork, and stronger classroom management as teachers become more aware of individual student strengths and weaknesses. This is critically important in Nevada, with some of the highest concentrations of students who are English learners or struggling with poverty. While rapid growth fueled Nevada's large class sizes in previous decades, the lack of sufficient funding for school districts has locked in these large class sizes. For decades, Nevada has ranked near the bottom of states in education funding and quality. Now, with the additional challenges of the last 2 years, we have an unprecedented shortage of educators to teach our kids and make our schools run. CCSD lists nearly 2,400 vacant positions, with over 1,500 of those licensed. Nevada needs bold action to address this crisis. It's time to adequately fund public education in Nevada. It's time to respect and retain our experienced educators. It's time for 20. Time for 20 means reaching an average class size of 20 students per class in core academic subjects. Time for 20 also means a 20% increase in educator pay and at least $20 an hour for the workers who make our schools run. This is the right-sized response to our educator shortage and would get educators the pay they need to make ends meet. One-time retention or signing bonuses are a nice gesture, but as prices are climbing faster than any point in the last 40 years, with CPI now at 8.3%, we need to get serious about raises for educators that keep up with the long-term cost of living. Even when inflation comes down, prices still usually go up. Last week, the Economic Forum received a report from the Fiscal Analysis Division showing state revenues outperforming projections by 25%, or close to $800 million. This news comes as our education system is hemorrhaging staff. Educators and our students need bold action, and Nevada has the resources, $800 million sitting there to make a big impact right now. It's time for 20.
Thank you. Go ahead.
For the record, my name is Dennis Potoff. I have the honor of serving as the Dean of the School of Education at Nevada State, and also am co-chairing a statewide NDE task force with Jessica Todman from the NDE. And so I appreciate the opportunity to share a few ideas. First of all, I want to recognize there is attention being given. I'm aware of 5 different groups right now that have generated 40 plus recommendations in the area of teacher recruitment and retention. So that there's work being done, and there's also bold actions happening. UNLV's work on the, moving teacher aides and paraprofessionals into teaching licensure, our teacher academy, high school project, CSN substitute teaching partner. We've got some good things happening, but I want to share 5 things. First of all, this is my 8th year here. I'm starting my 8th year. This is the most urgent year we've had, clearly, in my 8 years. It is never going to be okay to not have enough teachers for our kids. Never going to be okay to not have enough teachers for our kids. Urgency now. Second thing I know, I'm convinced, we've got to find a way to locally grow more of our teachers. Over the last decade, teacher-ed enrollments around the country have dropped more than 35%. The tradition of Nevada hiring 2/3 of its teachers from other states just isn't going to work anymore. It's not working as well as it did. Third thing is, We've recognized barriers to teaching. We know everything from the testing, the cost. There are a number of barriers related to teacher supply and recruitment, and certainly retention. That the previous speaker spoke to many of those already. And so the fourth thing is recognizing the duality of the problem. We've got to recruit more. Our colleges, our institutions in Nevada have to find a way to recruit and graduate more. But we also, as a state, have to retain more. We have to retain more. And so it's a dual problem. And I think the recommendations in front of you from these various groups probably need to have a balance of recruitment-related ones and retention-related ones. There's two huge issues here on the table. Both of them are really important. The fifth thing is that we know that there's no one strategy to fix this. We need multiple strategies to address this issue. The recommendations you're going to see are widely varied. We need to get a group of them that collectively could make a big impact on this. And then I guess the last thing is we've got the dilemma of the immediate right now, great urgency right now, but also dilemma of long-term commitment. We need to go all in for programs that will ensure that the state of Nevada can locally grow more of its own teachers for the future. So that's your challenge, I think, is to figure out what's a combination of those, immediates and long-terms. I appreciate the chance to speak.
Thank you. It's great to have you here with us. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Dennis and committee members. My name is Dr. Brenda Pearson. I am here representing the Clark County Education Association, who bargains for over 18,000 licensed educators in the Clark County School District and is the largest independent teacher union in the state and in the country. The presentations being heard before this committee today are aimed at creating a public education system that drives student success. But the success of each recommendation hinges fully on licensed teachers being in every classroom across Nevada through attraction, recruitment, and retention efforts. Class size reduction, the expansion of pre-K programs, and the achievement of data-based outcomes only occur with a robust teacher pipeline. This is a teacher's market, and Nevada needs to be competitive and attract high-quality and diverse educators across our state. In 2016, CCEA increased its starting salary for teachers to $40,000, a difference of $6,000, which increased the numbers of teachers entering CCSD and reduced the teacher vacancy rate to nearly 500. 2 weeks ago, the CCSD and the CCEA agreed to raise the current teacher base salary to $50,115, an increase of nearly $7,000 in order to both attract and recruit teachers to the profession. At the same time, CCEA increased the top salary to over $101,000. Nevada must remain competitive to attract and recruit educators to our state. At the same time, Nevada must work to retain our experienced and committed educators serving in schools across our state by increasing their salaries. Although each educator in CCSD will receive a retention bonus of $5,000 during the 2022-23 academic year, this one-time money does not impact their overall salary. The committee must work to retain our current educators by ensuring that funding is dedicated to increasing existing teacher short salaries. Funding is necessary, and Nevada must think strategically through a multi-year plan that will increase our teacher pipeline while chipping away at high class sizes. Each presentation before you today can become a reality with the substantial and strategic investment in our schools. CCA appreciates the work and dedication of this committee, and we stand ready to assist in whatever we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to give public comment here in Las Vegas? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone at this point. Let's go up to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to give public comment? And I think there's, what, 2 or 3 seats there, so go ahead and fill those in if there's more than one. Yeah, whenever you're ready there, I see somebody in Carson, so go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Dennis and committee members. For the record, my name is Hava Ahmed, Hawahmad, and I'm here representing the Clark County Education Association. CCEA looks forward to the presentations concerning evidence-based evaluation methods to improve our student outcomes, the analysis of class sizes and teacher workforce, and teacher recruitment and retention. But as we listen and review the recommendations, CCEA would like to stress the importance of the development of good data systems that promote data collection, storage, access, and sharing, and analysis to connect our research questions with evidence to ensure that our strategic plan moving forward bridges the gap between our education delivery system and workforce development so that our current industry needs are met. Additionally, CCEA must stress the importance of follow-through on these recommendations with measures for accountability and transparency. We know that sometimes shedding light on the data might be a little scary, but we must understand our educational environment through both quantitative and qualitative measures that really help define where we are now and where we can move forward to. To do our part, CCEA is working hard with our researchers to ensure that the next legislative session has research with recommendations needed to align the K-20 education delivery system with our current and future industry needs, taking into account obsolete industries. As CCEA continues with our Nevada Workforce Development Pipeline Assets Map study, we must emphasize that alignment between K-20 and the job market is pivotal in making sure we can achieve our goals of an equitable workforce and an economically diverse Nevada. This, of course, starts with our teacher recruitment and retention pipelines. Of course, as always, we stand ready to help in whatever way we possibly can to assist. We're very excited about the presentations today, and we're very excited to start kind of getting into the nitty-gritty on our study. So thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to give public comment in Carson City? Okay, let's go to anyone, BPS. Is there anyone online that wishes to give public comment?
Thank you so much, Chair Dennis. The public line is open person. However, there are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now go to agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting on April 20th, 2022. You've had those. Anybody have any changes or corrections? Anybody in Carson? The picture is small, so if you do, just turn your mic on. And
I don't believe so.
okay, thank you. All right, then. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes of April 20th?
So moved.
Okay, so yeah, who was that in Carson? Is that Don Darrell Loop, Senator Don Darrell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Senator Don Darrell Loop, second by Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion carries. Okay. Yeah, I think Assemblywoman Hanson, I believe she had to step out for a minute there, so she'll be back. Okay, let's go to item number 4, appointment of Tirina Cacerto to the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student athlete. As you may recall, at our first meeting in January, on January 20th, we appointed members of the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student athlete. We then approved the chair and the vice chair appointments. One of the positions on the committee is now vacant. So today I'd like the committee to consider the appointment of Ms. Tirina Cacerto to fill the open position and represent the Nevada system of higher education on the committee. Is there any questions? Okay. So do we have a? I would make a motion. Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod. Do we have a second? Second. Second from Assemblywoman Miller. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. We will now move on And before, I just want to make a brief comment. Up until now, we've tried to kind of focus on specific broad categories at each one of our meetings, and we've had a lot of different reports and presentations. And today we kind of have a little bit of a mixed bag, some very important issues. So we're excited to hear the different reports that will be given today. So we first are going to start with agenda item number 5, which is a presentation concerning the statewide implementation of competency-based education. So I know we have we have Ms. Lillian Pace from KnowledgeWorks here. I know we have Dr. Summer Stevens also via Zoom, I believe, that's going to present. And I appreciate this presentation, near and dear to my heart, since it's a bill that I brought last session, but one that we've been working on for several years to allow, especially for some of the kids that need the ability to be able to move at different paces. This will allow for that, so we're excited to hear the presentation this morning. So Ms. Pace, welcome. And when you are ready, go ahead and press the button and move forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Dennis, and to all of the members here today for taking the time to listen to this presentation. We are really excited at KnowledgeWorks about the work unfolding in the state of Nevada, and so we're really excited to share an update here today. Just by way of introduction, my name is Lillian Pace. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at KnowledgeWorks. We are a nonprofit organization that partners with policymakers and practitioners to really reimagine the teaching and learning environment to support more personalized and competency-based education systems. I believe my colleague, Juliana Charles Brown, is joining remotely in Carson City as well. She's been deeply involved in the work here in Nevada and will be available to participate in the question and answer period as well. I'm going to do a little bit of foundation setting on what personalized and competency-based learning is, and then want to make sure I provide a brief update of the work that is unfolding in Nevada. So in order to start on what personalized competency-based learning is, we actually have to start with the why. And in order to do that, we need to look at what is not working with our current education system. So if you look at the pie chart there on the left, we see that 84% of students in the nation are graduating from high school. This is phenomenal. This is definitely something that we should be celebrating. But if you look at what happens to those students once they leave our K-12 systems, a different story begins to unfold. 28 to 40% of students are placing into post-secondary remedial courses. And of those students who are placing into those remedial courses, fewer than 50% are actually completing the courses. We hear a similar story from our workforce partners who say that there are significant skills gaps for students who are entering the workforce and entering into these entry-level positions without the ability to engage in teamwork and problem solving. This is consistent here in the state of Nevada, where we see a fabulous 81% graduation rate, yet 53% of students are placing into post-secondary remediation. This means we have an honesty gap in this country and here in the state of Nevada. When we hand students a diploma, when they walk across the stage, we tell them they're ready, but what this data suggests is that not every student is ready. So that brings us to personalized and competency-based education. Now, you probably noticed that this combines two terms, personalized learning and competency-based education. This is not new. This is actually evolving two concepts that we've seen at play in classrooms around the country that have promise. But when paired together, we actually have a chance to close achievement gaps and provide a meaningful education for students. So I'll start with personalized learning. Personalized learning means that we're providing engaging learning experiences customized to each student's strengths, needs, and interests. We see this at play in classrooms that are implementing fabulous approaches like project-based learning, STEAM education. Students are engaged and they are pursuing their passions, and it's absolutely wonderful. But there's no systems and structures in place to ensure that those students have actually mastered all of the knowledge and skills they need before they move on to the next piece of the curriculum. On the flip side, we have competency-based education. So this is really focused on making sure that students have demonstrated competency of concepts and skills, regardless of time, place, or pace, before they move on to the next piece of the curriculum. Unfortunately, with this approach, if you don't have personalization, sometimes students might not be as engaged or passionate about their learning experience. So we talk about an approach that brings the best of both worlds together in a personalized and competency-based education system. This definition that you see here on the screen actually was created by practitioners all over the country who are running this type of learning environment, and they settled on 7 essential elements. If you walk into a classroom that is embracing this approach, you're going to see students who have agency over their learning. You'll see assessments that are used in a timely way to provide those customized learner supports. Students do have the opportunity to progress upon mastery. There are flexible learning paths so that students are pursuing their passions, oftentimes in partnership with the community. There are strategies and systems in place to ensure equity. This isn't about just accelerating the students who are getting it fast, right, and creating bigger gaps. There are intentional strategies to ensure that we are closing gaps. And there's a focus on both the academic and the social emotional learning targets, because we know from our workforce and our post-secondary leaders that both are essential for success. Now, at KnowledgeWorks, we've spent a lot of time helping different audiences understand how this looks different from the traditional education system. We have a lot of different resources, and I'm happy to follow up with those. But in the interest of time, the one you're looking at is actually meant to sort of compare and contrast a traditional education classroom on the left with a personalized and competency-based education system on the right. And I'll just pick a couple of these to illustrate. So if we look at learning pace, which is the second item, in a traditional classroom, we know that all students are learning the same content at the same time from an instructor at the front of the classroom typically. Doesn't matter if the students need a little additional time, when often a pacing guide might say it's time to move on, we move on. And that tends to lead to gaps in knowledge for some students. In a personalized and competency-based system, advancement happens at each student's own pace and with appropriate supports. So if students need additional time, the learning supports are structured in a way to really accelerate and catch that student up. So let's look at the second one, which is at the bottom, the grading policies. So we know in a traditional system that grading happens at fixed times. We receive grades at the end of quarters and at the end of the year. We also know that grades are very subjective. Oftentimes, we don't really know what an A in one classroom or district means compared to an A in another classroom or district. In a personalized and competency-based system, grades are reflecting whether students have mastered competencies. And there's opportunities for students to improve over time. So if we get to the end of a school year and a student has a certain number of competencies they have not mastered, instead of holding that student back and making them repeat an entire another school year, we can more efficiently focus on the areas that that student needs additional supports and provide acceleration to ensure that they catch up to their peers. Just a couple other things that personalized and competency-based learning is not. It's not mandated. You mandate anything, it doesn't succeed, right? This is something that is organic, that educators are coming to because they believe in this. As I mentioned, it's not new. These are bringing together concepts that have been at play in schools for many years. It's not a checkbox of activities, so students don't walk in with a checklist, right? These are meaningfully designed educational experiences for students. As I mentioned, it's not time-based, it's learning-based. It's not adult-centered, it's student-centered. And it's never done well unless the community is deeply engaged in the process. I just want to flag a couple other myths that we hear sometimes emerge in this work. It's important to dispel these early on. The first I'll flag is that second one there. Well, students will just spend all day on a computer or tablet. We used to hear this myth a lot. But before the pandemic, we haven't heard it as much since, but the reality is that this approach is absolutely relation-based. Technology is not dependent in this model. Some teachers decide to bring technology in as a tool, as an additive to help extend their instruction. But we have personalized and competency-based learning classrooms around the country that aren't using technology at all. So it isn't an essential element. It's certainly something that can be very helpful. The other one I want to flag is this notion of it just isn't possible to personalize instruction for all learners. This notion that it can be really hard on a teacher. We've actually found that teachers really love teaching in this model. They find that when you're really intentional about how you structure the school day to create intervention periods, to provide more teacher collaboration time, that it is possible to really customize learning for every student. And I'll share a little bit of data in just a second that shows that teachers are more satisfied when teaching in a personalized and competency-based learning system. So I wanted to share some of that evidence. These are studies that have been conducted over the past 7 or 8 years. This field of personalized and competency-based learning is early. This is something that KnowledgeWorks is deeply committed to building the evidence base for. We're really excited about the partnership that we're embarking on with the Nevada Department of Education, because it does include a component to study and evaluate the work for educators who are excited and ready to embrace this model. But did want to flag some of the studies that have been done already. So in personalized and competency-based environments, we are seeing higher math and reading achievement. We are seeing students catch up to peers faster. When students are given additional time on a topic or the opportunity to retake exams, math confidence increases. Students are meeting performance levels at a quicker pace. Student engagement is increasing. As I mentioned, we're seeing greater teacher satisfaction, and there's less student burnout when students matriculate into post-secondary education. Now, I talked a lot about what needs to change at a classroom level, but it would be negligent of me not to mention in this particular environment that there are policy obstacles that need to be addressed as well. When we talk to our innovators on the ground who are trying to do this work, we hear any number of the list of items there on the slides. Our policies are really designed heavily around seat time, and so it can be very difficult to build personalized and competency-based learning systems without improvements to the items you see here: accountability, assessment, graduation requirements, funding systems, higher education requirements. Sometimes that's more perceived. Parents concerned, well, if you change everything up in K-12, will my students still be able to matriculate into a traditional college path, right? So we hear that sometimes. Teacher certification and teacher of record. If we are changing staffing structures, we might need to think differently about some of the ways that we are thinking about teaching roles. So I did want to just, in the last few minutes here, give a quick preview of the work that's unfolding here in Nevada. You guys are extremely familiar with the seeds of change, so I won't spend much time on this particular slide. But obviously, the competency-based education pilot launching in 2017 was a big seed of change to support this work, followed by the network and the Blue Ribbon Commission that was launched during the pandemic to reimagine and think differently about the future of teaching and learning here in Nevada, and then the codification of some of those recommendations with Senate Bill 2015. Now, KnowledgeWorks was extremely fortunate and honored to enter into a partnership with the Nevada Department of Education to really support the state and its stakeholders who are interested in exploring and imagining what's possible with personalized and competency-based learning. And in doing so, our first step was to join in fall of 2021 an intensive research process of the state's policy system, aligned to a state policy framework that we have built after studying these systems across the country. We anchor that analysis deeply in Nevada's context, and we provide a list of opportunities that stakeholders can think about and consider as they begin to decide what's the right path for Nevada in this work. We also held a visioning convening with a group of diverse stakeholders to think about how teaching and learning environments should look and feel. And the 5 elements you see there were the characteristics that rose up to be the highest and most valued for those stakeholders. So they want to see inclusive environments, flexible, connected, relevant, and collaborative. This visioning convening really sets the groundwork for, I think, where we want to go with this work. We are in the process of creating a future of learning visioning guide that any stakeholders can use in their community to have similar conversations. And then we took the information from the visioning convening and that opportunity analysis, and we open to the public, held an action planning process. So we invited any and all stakeholders who wanted to attend to come to learn about this work, to explore the information in that opportunity analysis, and begin to prioritize opportunities for the state moving forward. There were 260 unique participants in that process. Many attended multiple meetings, and it culminated in a summit on May 17th. And we are in the process of finalizing an action plan that we will share with NDE that will really provide kind of that North Star for the work ahead. What we learned in that process, and this won't surprise anyone here, is that stakeholders at all levels of the system, they want change, and they're also exhausted from the past 2 years. Yet they want a system that works more cohesively, that's really centered around a shared vision, but a vision that involves those closest to the work. And lastly, they really want to develop shared goals together. So you're going to hear a little bit about some of the work emerging in the action planning process, this notion of wanting to create a portrait of a graduate for Nevada. What are the essential characteristics that we think any student in Nevada graduating from the K-12 system should exhibit to be ready for success in post-secondary in the workforce? And then how do we begin to create a set of aligned competencies that make clear the learning expectations that educators can really use to make that a reality in their learning environments? And lastly, there's a desire for a shared network, a space to learn, to push and support each other as we explore practice and policy together. So just the last minute here, next steps, we are really excited. We are helping NDE move towards a formal launch of the Nevada Future of Learning Network this fall. This is building on all of the good insights from those stakeholders in that action planning process. Again, that desire to create a network where they can learn together around policy and practice. And you'll see that this network, anchored in that portrait of a Nevada graduate, will actually have a school-based network that's focusing on the school visioning and the school systems change work, so a place for districts and educators who are interested in exploring what this might mean for their learning environments to come together, as well as a state network where the state is moving forward with the visioning and beginning to explore what systems change components are needed to really align and support those educators on the ground. And the hope is that by bringing these two networks together, that we can break down the silos that often exist in states between practice and policy and create a more efficient system that is really designed to support student learning. And with that, I am able to take questions. I did just want to share some contact information on the screen. As I mentioned, my colleague Juliana Charles Brown, she has really been a leader in this work here in Nevada. Myself, my contact information there, and then John Alfuth, who's our Director of State Policy, works really closely with legislators, and any of us would be happy we could talk for days about this, and we'd be happy to follow up with anyone after this.
Okay, I think we have Summer Stevens also. Do we want to go ahead and just have her do her, and then we can probably ask all the questions. So, all right, thank you very much. Ms. Stevens,
Great.
do you want to go ahead? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Superintendent Summer Stevens, for the record, superintendent at Churchill County School District, also outgoing Nevada Association of School Superintendents president, soon to be joining the State Board of Ed as a board member. So I'm excited about that. Thank you to KnowledgeWorks for the wonderful information. And thank you, Senator Dennis. I've had the pleasure to work with Senator Dennis quite a bit over the last couple of years. And we actually got to do a presentation together recently on this very topic. So thank you for that. The follow-up that I want to give, really, that was a fantastic overview of personalized competency-based learning. And I wanted to just provide a little bit of additional context for the committee on some of the things that are happening in the state at this time. I will tell you that I have spent my entire professional career as an educator pursuing this work. I think I must be at about year 24-ish in 3 different states. And so I have been fortunate to be in situations and districts that have allowed us to pursue this work. It is something that is not everywhere. We do know that through the pandemic, things became clearer to people about the need to move this direction. And so I'm excited about that we have to take this opportunity to do so. And we want to capitalize on any work that has already been done in our state, the passions and interests and attitudes that are already developed in the state, and then ask all of you to really think through how can we move forward as quickly as possible to ensure that we have all the right structures and policy in place to allow districts to be able to create the conditions for learning that really are what are the outcomes of personalized competency-based education. So with that in mind, my background, like I said, has been about this work for my entire career. I really got into things, and it really started around standards, right? I had an exceptional opportunity as an up-and-coming educator. My college program actually was fully embedded in the concept of standards-based education. And with that in mind, I didn't know any other way than to have clear goals for kids and then have kids meet those goals and standards in whatever way necessary. So every student worked at his or her own pace and produced different kinds of documentation for meeting those said standards. You know, and again, that was 24 years ago, 26 years ago when I was still a student in college. And so from that, fast forward, I also worked in a state that utilized locally developed assessment for federal reporting. So we had local assessment that was designed through extensive training and support through our state to have locally based assessment that was rigorous and relevant and embedded to actually measure what kids could do, know and be able to do related to standards for federal reporting. And so I was fortunate to grow up in that kind of environment as an educator. as I progressed through, I just had exceptional opportunities to participate at the national level with personalized learning. And so those are the things that I was able to bring with me. And that's actually why I looked for the school district that I am now in Churchill. That's what drew me here, was that they were just getting into what the Nevada Legislature had adopted as the Competency-Based Education Network. They had just applied to that. They were doing the Nevada 21 work at our middle school. The middle school had applied to the CBEN and was going to move forward with that. And that's where we took off in Churchill. The next year and a half, then we actually applied as a whole district to the CBEN and continued our work along with schools in Washoe County and a school in Clark County through that process. I'm not sure if you have the report yet, but the final report for the CBEN, I will say that certainly it was a fantastic opportunity to embark on. I appreciate the legislation around it in the sense of being able to convene and have an avenue to pursue some things. It was certainly, though, fraught with some challenges, including the makeup of the required individuals who had to be on the committee, and really resulted in, from my opinion, in the course of the short time that we were in, about 2.5 years, the inability to have a quorum most often in our meeting schedule. So the work of that committee was not really, the outcomes of that, I don't think, were as fruitful as they could have been in a different scenario. So I think while well-intentioned, it did have some flaws. And those are the things, though, that we want to address moving forward, because the need for support for competency-based education, I refer to KnowledgeWorks' role, and Juliana Charles Brown, also known as Charlie, hopefully I can call you that, Charlie. Charlie and I talk a lot about this umbrella idea, like helping us craft and shape with all of you and with the Nevada Department of Education and all of the districts, the legislation needed and any potential policy changes needed to allow schools to move forward. So in our district, we have been moving forward for several years. And Lillian made mention of the profile or the portrait of a graduate work. And I know the State Board of Education has talked a lot about that as well. You will see that all over the country. That is work that is really pertinent and sound to this idea around what I think most Nevadans would want to see is, like, what is our outcome? Where are we trying to go with kids in school? Who do we want to send out into the world, right? In our district, we have one of our strategic themes is ensuring that all learners are life ready, whatever that is, whatever your next steps and paths are for your future story. And so we have developed something called our profile of a learner, and we purposely call it that instead of a portrait of a graduate, because we want it to apply to everyone, from our pre-K learners to our 5th graders, to our high school seniors, to our staff, to our parents. And so ours actually is comprised of 6 attributes. And the pandemic set us back just a little ways, but we're coming back through. We've recently done some recommitment to our profile, and actually now are moving forward, being able to help students develop their stories, their future stories around it, with the components of that, and actually start to collect artifacts and evidence around their success towards those attributes. And again, one of the pieces that we would advocate for is an accountability system in the state that supports the use of the attributes or the dispositions from something like the portrait of a graduate. States like North Dakota are already doing that. As a key component of what does it mean to be successful in education and learning in Nevada. Some of the schools, like I said, in the CBEN, we had schools working with the Marzano group. We have schools that were working with big picture learning. Those are some other groups besides KnowledgeWorks. We have 5 schools in Nevada that 5 school districts that currently work with an organization called Modern Teacher. Douglas County, Lincoln County, Lander, Humboldt, and Churchill. We work with a group called Modern Teacher. There's other organizations, Altitude Learning, ed elements along with knowledge works. So there are a lot of resources that schools are already tapping in Nevada. And I think one of the things from the presentation that we heard that is, again, a piece for all of you to think about as we think about policy, as we think about future of funding, is the network. The network is going to be extremely important for all of our districts, for the Department of Education, for the State Board of Education, for all of our communities to be able to grow together, to move forward together, that we can, just like the Blue Ribbon Commission started out a couple years ago, it was a network of people that were able to come and share and share ideas. We had students, we had district people, we had parents, we had community partners, we had business and industry leaders, legislators, that we need all of those same people really to be in the network that's able to come together, work together on the ideas around personalized competency-based education, the ideas around the portrait of a graduate, and then helping us put our energies into that direction and start looking at the stop doing list, because many of the things that we do have in legislation, that we have in school district policy, are just what we've always done. And these are the times that we have to start kind of asking the tough questions and putting things on the stop doing list and asking ourselves, why do we do these things? And how do they help our kids develop their future story? How do they help them demonstrate who they are, what they've learned, what their skills and talents are? And so that is the beauty of this network that is being proposed. And the district superintendents are excited about the potential of what that can look like. They want to be at the table along with the Department of Education and their staffs. The beauty of the network also is that schools who are doing work, it's not asking them to put that work away. It's asking them to bring the work to the table that they are already completing and figure out how they can share that with others and learn from others who might be doing slightly different work. And so we look forward to whatever is in the next parts of our journey. I can tell you that in Churchill County, the list that was shared about the different attributes that make up a competency-based personalized learning experience, those are the things that we are striving for collectively as a system. Those of you that have met me before, you know I like to go big or go home. So we're the whole system in. We all have our profile of a learner attributes. We focus on those. We are now, next school year, going to be in K-8 in competency-based reporting. We have a lot of room to still grow and do that better. We're still working with our high school with the vision around that, because that's a tough tradition to change. Recently, all of the superintendents of the state had a lot of conversation with UNR and UNLV and talked more with them. And I think we're all really in the same space about beginning to understand how do we start transitioning secondary and post-secondary to a place of learning versus grade point averages, ACT test scores. We're advancing on that conversation and making sure that learning is the constant, and not time being the constant variable that we really play with, time and some of those other things, but rather that learning is the constant, that learners are at the center of everything that we do, and that we move forward with what we know works. You saw some of what works. And I have a lot of personal examples of where competency-based education has been extremely impactful, extremely successful, and it takes time, but it's possible. And so with that, I stand for any questions, and certainly I am sure Knowledge Works as well would entertain other questions, but our districts are ready to be part of this work and to move forward.
Great, thank you very much. So we've got several different folks here that could answer questions. I want to start out with the first question, and I think both of you talked about it. But you know, in order to do things different than we've done them before, you have to have people that can actually do that. So, and I think Ms. Stevens just alluded to it with UNLV, UNR. How do we, if a teacher wants to teach a competency-based model, I mean, that's not generally what they teach them in the curriculum, right? So what kind of things are happening so that, that they know that those are even options and those kind of things could happen?
Superintendent Stevens, for the record, thank you. I'll address it in, I guess, several ways. So the superintendents did actually just speak directly with the schools of education, as well as Nevada State College, and I know that Nevada State College was here earlier giving public comment. But we did actually speak really kind of for the first time about the expectation that we have as districts about the teacher education programs, that we do need to have more meetings now. We need to have more engagement together so that we are ensured that the folks that are coming to us through training have those skill sets that we are looking for, right? And so obviously we're doing in our district, as well as these districts that I named and those that other districts as well, professional development is so important because the majority of people in schools today did not learn to teach in a way that focuses in competency-based models. And so we have a lot of professional development to work on. So the regional professional development organizations, the RPDPs, that's one of the things that I know that they talk about and are working towards being able to provide to districts. Internally, school districts are working through that, working with higher ed. And then a great example, and I know the pipeline conversation comes up a lot, ensuring that our kids that go through teaching and training programs in high school are also working through those elements and ensuring that the standards that are in the curriculum there reflect the idea of competency-based education and not just the traditional approach that has been used for a really long time, ensuring that multiple models are taught to our students and that students have an opportunity to learn those and see those in action, even at the high school level. I will tell you one of the things also that I have watched and witnessed is when students get a taste of having been in a competency-based system, they want more and more of it. So they start asking the next teacher, if they go into a classroom and the teacher is not using that model, they will start asking for it, or they will start asking the tough questions to that adult in the room. And so we just want to be poised in districts and in higher ed that we can provide the professional development and learning opportunities for those teachers to be able to be prepared, because the kids are going to ask the questions and we need them to be able to pivot and provide kids those opportunities. So that would be what I would share from my perspective.
If I can just add on to that. Oh, no, go ahead, Charlie.
Good morning, Senator Dennis and members of the committee. Juliana Charles Brown, for the record, Director of Systems Transformation here at KnowledgeWorks. I have the great pleasure of really supporting the facilitation of the network that's coming, that's being launched in the next school year. And I'll also just offer that network is a real place where we're hoping to house a lot of professional learning opportunities for educators across the state. In addition to collaborating with higher ed institutions for our pre-service teachers, we know that there are a lot of educators for whom that this is kind of a big leap. And we understand that we really want to provide them both the support and the space to really process what this shift means for them in their classroom. And so as a part of that, we have a lot of different opportunities within the network for all levels of readiness, multiple entry points. So if you have an individual teacher who's really interested in just understanding what is personalized and competency-based learning, there's an avenue for them within the network. We call those our Explore modules. Those are fully asynchronous modules where they can really start to get those foundational elements of what this shift means for them in their classroom. And then the next piece, and this is the piece that we're launching in the next school year, is a cohort of schools that are really going to be working together. So those schools are going to get both individual coaching at the school and district level, as well as opportunities to network with each other to say, hey, we maybe tried this in our math classrooms in our districts. How did that change work in another district, in another classroom? So really that opportunity also to network with other professionals who are working on the same changes. So really we also think of the network as a place both where we're thinking through these really important systemic shifts, as well as some of that direct support for educators who are making the change.
That's exactly what I was going to say, but she said it way better.
Okay, and then just kind of to tie on to that, we talk about the teachers learning how to do this, but what's happening with the administrators? Because, if you don't have the support at the administrator, the teacher might want to do, some amazing things, but if they don't have the support, so what are we doing there as far as the training for them?
Superintendent Stevens, for the record, the same exact things, making sure that we are building conversations around it. As they've talked about the network, that they are part of the network as well. In our district, they have been part of our learner-centered framework efforts from the beginning, and they are directly tied to all of the sessions that our teachers are in. And then we have additional sessions that are just the leadership team trainings and providing professional learning opportunities for them. And I would throw in part of the training too is for kids and for families as well. And so we provide various education for the children and for families. And that's a part that is kind of our next phase of continuing to improve upon, because again, school looked the same for most people who are 21 years of age and older. And a lot of us didn't have those models. We think we know what a C means. And in that earlier presentation, right, we talked about, we don't know what an A means because it means different things in every single situation that it exists. So parents, though, have over time associated a grade with some meaning for themselves. And so that is what they know. And not that it might have even treated them well in school, the grades that they received, but that's what they know. And so it does take education and conversation to really ask some poignant questions to children and to families, and then also give them all the right tools so they understand what the new models mean, the grading models and the approaches. It's really around us changing the mindset around, for most of us, we want to tell kids and people it's okay to take a risk, it's okay to take a chance, it's to try things. But our system hasn't allowed that. Everything, failing has been very negative. And the only way our brain grows and changes is to fail. Like the brain has to do that because that's how that's how change happens. And so this is a process. The competency-based process allows for us to focus more on the learning process than on the grading and reporting and penalty and those things that schools traditionally kind of been about. So I would throw out, though, that those are three areas for administrators. The same thing has to happen for teachers, right? We have a competency-based, in theory, evaluation tool, but it tends to be more of a punitive, I gotcha, like either it maybe doesn't even act like that, but in mindsets of people, that's how it feels. So we have to start using it more like a tool like that to help people grow and adapt and change and shift and use it that way. And that will also help educators move forward, and principals the same way. I, as their evaluator, so to speak, I need to use that as a growth opportunity, not as a gotcha type of situation.
Thank you, and I appreciate you also putting the training in for parents and others. And because I remember in one of the meetings, one of the superintendents talking about trying to implement this, and that the biggest thing that some parents were just upset that their child wouldn't be a valedictorian because they didn't know how this would fit in with the model of GPA and those kinds of things. So I think when we focus on how do we help each child and that student learning? I think, we've got a ways to go, but I appreciate all the work that you're doing. What other questions do you have? Yep, Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that presentation. I have some questions because based on the presentation, there seems to be a consolidation of the idea of competency-based learning and personalized-based learning. And again, competency-based learning, and you referenced the legislation that was passed last session, refers to, yes, it reduces or eliminates the need for seat time and also is based on individual student performance. But as it's been brought up already in this presentation, alluded to by yourself, as well as Superintendent Stevens, there are, education's inundated, if not over-legislated, with requirements, and it's based, an education system really based on test scores and standards and curriculum. So when you're talking about competency and then individualized, the challenges, and I know that there's always, in education, there's always the idea of things that sound great and new and shiny, but as an actual classroom teacher myself, it's always the practical, day-to-day, pragmatic approach to how does this actually work and look. Clark County is the 5th largest school district in the country. Washoe has probably become in the top 50 of school districts in the country. I say that because often people forget that Washoe is an extremely large school district as well. And so when I've spent most of my career with more than 45 kids in each class period, and so now we're talking about 45 individualized lesson plans, 45 individualized different, kids on doing different things, when there's still the requirements of standards, there's still the requirements of testing, there's still basic requirements of what everyone expects students to have when they finish school. And so I guess I'm looking for some clarity with that. And also, I've been going through the website and I just don't find it as the information that I would anticipate would be there on the KnowledgeWorks website. But also, can you talk about, I hear these, I haven't seen exact numbers, but successes and things like that with other teachers and districts, and yet I can't find, can you tell us where and how many, and these districts across the country, what are the sizes of their district and what are the makeup? Because again, even right now, hearing things that happen in a rural school district in Nevada compared to our two largest ones that aren't just large for Nevada, they're large for the United States. And so if you could just briefly and succinctly describe that, please.
I can jump in if that's okay. And Lillian, if you want to go next. Assemblywoman Miller, thank you for the question. Again, Juliana Charles Brown for the record. Just a couple of pieces that I would address. I really appreciate the question about the nuances needed to implement this in very large districts as well as very small districts, right? We know that the state of Nevada has a range of learning communities that really actually sort of encapsulate what we see all across the country. So at KnowledgeWorks, we're really trying to appreciate that and appreciate that each district is going to need a contextualized approach. I had the great fortune to start my career in the New York City Department of Education doing this work. And carrying forward much of what we learned in districts of that size, what we see really works is this networked approach, because we understand that in a district like Clark County, you're not going to be able to mandate a single grading policy that works in every learning community, right? But what really actually tends to work as it relates to implementation is to offer what we see as best practices as they get implemented across the country. Give educators and school leaders and district leaders the space to consider those practices, hold them up and say, are these the best learning practices for our community? And then engage the community in those conversations as well. Will this work for us? Will this fit for us? How can we design this in a way that actually works for what we do? And then how can we find relationships with other folks in Clark County, Other folks maybe between Clark and Washoe County who are experiencing things at a similar scale, and really learn from each other, right? So we do know that mandating this in a large district or in a large system will not work. And so that's why we really are leaning on that networked learning approach as a key implementation strategy for this work. And then the other piece of your question that I'll address before passing it over to Lillian is the conversation about the relationship between standards and competencies and the very appreciable fear that educators have that we're adding on something new to what they're already responsible for doing. And I think that's a really fair concern. The way that we really think about what competencies can do for the curriculum is actually providing a frame to make a lot more sense of the learning that's already happening. So what we know in many classrooms is that educators are responsible for a very large number of standards that may not have a clear relationship with each other. And what competencies can allow us to do is to create a frame for different learning opportunities to say, okay, maybe we're thinking about critical thinking today. In my history classroom, I may be thinking about the First World War. In my science classroom, I may be thinking about biology, but I also understand that I'm doing critical thinking in both of those environments. So it's really actually providing the connective tissue for learning experiences that teachers are already responsible for. And what teachers report is in those environments, it's actually a lot easier to collaborate across classrooms and make sense of the work that they do as one connected learning experiences between different disciplines, between different grade bands, and really that's how we see the value of competencies, is sort of actually creating that coherence that actually makes the whole series of learning that we're taking students through more coherent. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lillian Pace for the record. We'll just sort of add on to those great comments and really appreciate your question. It reminded me of one of the key learnings in the presentation about, people are ready for change, but they're also really exhausted, from the last 2 years. And there is this sense of fatigue, I think, out there, particularly from educators. Is this the next thing? And so I think the part of the network is really designed, as Charlie was articulating in her example, how do we help educators see this as an evolution of the good practices that they're already doing? You walk into any great educator's classroom, you're going to see rich differentiation of learning, right? And so how do we help them build and strengthen those practices and scale them across the school building? I also wanted to mention, you really brought up for me, I think, the importance of why we need to be thinking about the changes to practice at the same time that we're thinking about the changes to the systems. What we're finding in all of the states that are embarking in this work is that you have these early innovators on the ground, these phenomenal district leaders, these educators that get it and they're passionate. And what they're actually doing is they are building sort of this new approach in a parallel track to the traditional requirements that they still are held to, that all the things that you mentioned. Over time, it's going to be important for policymakers to partner with those educators to create more cohesive alignment to the work. Now, that doesn't mean that the state should right now go and mandate a whole new approach for all of that. As I shared earlier, that does not work. We want to, create pathways for those that are interested in doing it, but not require it for everybody in the state who isn't ready. And so it's going to be about, what are the enabling pathways within policy, within these requirements that we can begin to evolve to make it easier for the innovators that are trying to do this work.
Follow up, Chair? Thank you for that. And one quick comment I would like to say, because I know we forget to acknowledge the work that's already been happening here in Nevada, but actually this sounds very similar to what some of our IB elementary schools, at least in Clark, are doing. So it's not that this work isn't occurring at all with some of this individualized approach, but of course, always the concern about making sure the students are getting the standards and stuff. But still, if you could just, again, I didn't hear an answer for the question about which states and how many states. I guess for me personally, I'm trying to determine, you say you're not a computer company, but trying to determine what type of company you are. Are you a consultation company? So that's what I'm trying to determine. But if you could just tell us how many states and how many districts, which states, which districts, and if not, if you could follow up and submit that to the committee, that would be great.
Yeah, Lillian Pace for the record. Apologies for not answering that question the first time through. At KnowledgeWorks, we are partnering with on the policy side, up to about a dozen states. We have about 5 states where we are partnering on both policy and practice. In those cases, we have a state-level partnership where we're building that network, where we're bringing a wide range of districts in schools into the fold in that work. And I'm happy to follow up with information on those. But what I will say is that we also recognize at KnowledgeWorks that it's really important to stay focused and to go deep and to get it right in the places that we are doing the work. There is demand all over the country for this, and so as Superintendent Stevens shares, there's a lot of other organizations that are emerging to support this work. There are over a third of the states in the country now have developed profiles of a graduate or are in the process of developing them. There's been, as Superintendent Stevens mentioned, a tremendous amount of energy as a result of the pandemic, this desire to we need to use time differently. Our students are behind. How do we get more efficient? So we're getting calls weekly, right, from new places who are looking to explore this. At KnowledgeWorks, our work can range from the very small rural districts in North Dakota to Ector County, which is in Odessa, Texas, which is a larger district. And as Charlie mentioned, there are other places, big districts that have begun to do this work as well. So our job at KnowledgeWorks is to really contextualize our approach, in partnership with the stakeholders. What do they want to design? How can we help them make that a reality using the knowledge that we know about best practices in teaching and learning. But we can follow up with a better detailed scope of where this is at play across the country and in districts.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
All right. Yes. Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. And for the record, Assemblywoman Claire Thomas. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad that you were first up because that brain matter thing that happens in the later part of the day, it was very insightful. I appreciate it. But I did have a question, even though Assemblywoman Miller was looking at my notes, so she was able to answer, ask all of those questions that I was concerned with. But the one question that I would like to know, I believe it was slide 8. What jumped out at me was the flexibility learning path. If you can give an example of that, as I'm not a teacher, but I am a mom and a grandma, and I kind of would like to know what that entails. Thank you.
This is Superintendent Stevens, and I KnowledgeWorks obviously has their perspective on what they shared because that wasn't my presentation, but I would love to share with you some of the ways that we utilize that terminology here in Churchill, and also what has been done in the past with some other things. So in terms of flexible learning paths, certainly there is not one way, right, to get to a standard or a competency demonstration. Now, right now, we have one test right now that we say at the state level when we take the SBAC, right? That's the thing that says we know standard 3.2.2 or whatever. And how you get there, though, really is dependent at your school. We'd even go as far to say that one SBAC test is not really flexible. So to have a true flexible learning path, you also need some flexible way to demonstrate your learning at the end. But here in Churchill, during the time of instruction, the process that we're in, instead of having the teacher having just one set of lesson plans, even with a differentiated approach that some kids might do this and this group might do that, sometimes the students have an opportunity to share, in order to meet these standards, I'd like to do this learning opportunity. It's really taking into account project-based learning opportunities where kids actually ask their own questions, and we are challenging them to tag standards to those questions, and then demonstrate their learning for those standards for the classroom through their work. And every student might be pursuing a different question, a different big question that they're trying to ask. So none of the work that's happening, none of the research that's happening looks at all the same. We have high school algebra classes that the teacher gives students multiple options of ways that they can learn the material. Then there's different ways they can practice the material. And then there's different ways that they can demonstrate their learning of the material. So that's a flexible path. Another flexible path could be, a traditional class would be, the class meets every day, and instruction occurs in different ways. And it goes on for the course of a quarter or a semester. A flexible option to that could be if you had a different sort of structure where a student could take a CNA class, for example. You could either do it through the college that goes Tuesday and Thursday nights all semester, or if you have some flexibility, you could have a model in a learning path where the students take it for 2 weeks all day long and go out and do their clinicals and then go on to the next thing. Our online learning already does that because kids can just do one class at a time versus having to do all 6 or 7 that is in a traditional schedule. So those are some of the things that I've had experience with currently in terms of flexible paths. An additional one would be you can demonstrate your learning by being a page or an intern at a legislature and learn a lot about government and demonstrate your learning for government class. Or you can be in government class and do a lot of the traditional learning that's happening in that particular class, both of which are very flexible and different. Work-based learning, that's another one. So those are my experiences that I would associate with flexible learning, but KnowledgeWorks may have completely different or additional things that they would share.
Lillian Pace for the record. You did such a beautiful job, Superintendent Stevens. So I'll just maybe pull out a couple themes from that I think are really important. We talked about learners having agency over their educational experience. We want, instead of sort of students walking in and knowing that they're going to follow the exact same, list of projects as every single student sitting in that class. Imagine if the student has an opportunity with their teacher to kind of co-design, pulling their interests into it, looking at some different ways. Everybody's still working towards the exact same set of competencies. There's an evaluation rubric that everybody knows. We know what the expectations are that we need to meet at the end of the day, but we want to really bring the passion and interests of the student into that learning experience. And this is why we have to think more creatively often about how we leverage community partners in this work, because oftentimes, and you saw this coming up in the visioning work, people want more connected and relevant classrooms. So we often think about learning happening inside the 4 walls of a school building. It doesn't always have to be that way. There might be these really vibrant, work-based learning or internship programs, other opportunities that students can pursue that actually start to set them on a pathway into future workforce opportunities. And then Superintendent Stevens also brought up another piece. If we're thinking about time differently, that also means that we can honor learning experiences that might not happen, that might happen outside of a traditional learning experience. Sometimes the easy example we hear used in state legislatures all the time was, if my student is participating in the city orchestra, do they really need to keep taking that music credit when maybe they want to go really deep in an extended math program, right, or something? So I think it's just being really intentional about what the student is passionate and interested about within the same framework of learning expectations for all.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair Dennis.
Thank you. Anyone up north wishing to ask any questions? Not hearing anybody. I'll assume that if you do, just turn your mic on. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Appreciate all the work that you're doing and to kind of talk a little bit about education in a different way. So thank you very much. We will now go on to our next item, which is, let me make sure I'm in the right, agenda item number 6, presentation concerning evidence-based evaluation methods to improve student outcome. And we have Gabby Lamar from the Department of Ed here, as well as Sarah Kerr from Results for America. So when you are ready, come forward with all your presenters and go ahead and move forward. Thank you.
Dr. Sangdao Yang for the record. Dr. Sangdao Yang Kyo for the record. Good morning, Chair and honorable members of the committee. I am the Chief Strategy Officer for the Nevada Department of Education and am honored and proud to introduce the next two presenters. Gabby Lamar is the Director of the Office of Student and School Supports and the Federal Liaison for the Nevada Department of Education. Sarah Kerr is the Vice President of Education Policy Implementation for Results for America. Together, they will share how NDE has worked with educators and leaders across the state and nation to create the conditions for and strengthen capacity to ensure that public education funds are used on what works to improve student and school outcomes. Using and building evidence, data, and research at all levels within classrooms, at the district and state levels, is what high-performing, inclusive, and healthy education systems do to drive continuous improvement, particularly for the students, teachers, administrators, and families we serve.
Sarah Kerr for the record. Good morning, Chair Dennis and committee members. Really lovely to be here this morning with you. I'm joining from my home in Portland, Oregon, so it's an added benefit to have the sunshine. We haven't seen very much of that lately where I live. So I'm going to briefly introduce myself and give you some background on who we are at Results for America and talk a little bit about the work we do nationally as well as the work that we've done in partnership with the Nevada Department of Education. And then I'll hand things over to my colleague, Gabby Lamar, to talk in more detail about the work that has happened over the last number of years as well as the work that they are planning for the future. So that's a little bit of a roadmap of where we're going to head. So again, good morning. To reintroduce myself, I am Sarah Kerr, and I'm the Vice President of Education Policy Implementation at Results for America. I've had the great privilege of working with the Nevada Department of Education since 2018, and I'm really pleased to be here today to speak with you about the importance of investing in evidence-based policy as a mechanism to ensure better, faster, and more equitable outcomes and opportunities for students and families. So let me start by sharing a little bit more by way of background about Results for America. And I'll cue you, Gabby, to go to the next slide. So RFA, for those who aren't familiar, is a bipartisan nonprofit based in Washington, D.C. that was established to help government leaders at all levels and across sectors harness the power of data and evidence to make progress on really important social and economic issues. We believe at RFA that we believe that we can and will create stronger and more equitable systems and communities if policymakers regularly seek out and use data and evidence in partnership with their stakeholders and, importantly, asterisk on in partnership with community members on the ground to inform policymaking and practice. Next slide. Since our founding 10 years ago, RFA and our coalition has helped to shift more than $19.7 billion at the federal level toward evidence-based programs that deliver better results for residents and communities in close partnership with more than 275 cities and counties and 36 states. As you can see on the map in front of you, This includes working closely, as I mentioned, with the Nevada Department of Education over the last several years, as well as working with the City of Las Vegas through RFA's What Works Cities initiative. So on the next slide, share a little bit more about how we work at RFA. We have three main strategies as an organization for realizing our vision of a more just and equitable society that works for residents, or in the case of education, which is the area I oversee, students. So first, we define what good looks like for how government can effectively use data and evidence to drive improved outcomes. We do this primarily through what we call standards of excellence. This is really setting a North Star for what government can and should be doing as it relates to data and evidence. We then partner with government to build their capacity to regularly and rigorously do this work. This is how we first came to know the Nevada Department of Education when they joined our first cohort of state education fellows a number of years ago, and I'll share a bit more about that in just a moment. Finally, we uplift and celebrate the excellent data and evidence-driven work happening at the federal, state, and local levels. On the next slide, a little bit more about our education work. Like our work overall at RFA in those three pillars, our education efforts focus on the same three levers: standards of excellence, implementation, and mobilization. And across all of our education work, we're committed to helping states, school districts, and schools build the conditions for learning and improving and ensuring that we're investing limited resources that we have available to us in ways that will create better and more equitable opportunities and outcomes for students. As I mentioned a few moments ago, one of our most important strategies is building capacity, both the skill and the will of state education agencies to use and generate data and evidence. We do this capacity building primarily through our State Education Fellowship, a first-of-its-kind network of senior programmatic and research leaders that work with us and with each other to design and co-create and implement policies, practices that accelerate the role that data and evidence and continuous improvement play in improving student and school outcomes. A key focus of the fellowship over the last number of years has been supporting state leaders in increasing the share of federal and state funds being spent on results-driven evidence-based solutions and ongoing evaluation activities, acknowledging that the more we invest in policies and practices with evidence of effectiveness, the likelier we are to see improved outcomes. Next slide. All of us sitting here today have been impacted in ways large and small by the pandemic, and we at RFA are really grateful for the historic investments that the federal government and state governments, by the way, have made in supporting state and local recovery efforts. Like so many helper organizations sitting outside the proverbial arena, we've been very focused over the last 2+ years on helping states make smart, evidence-aligned investments in the wake of an incredibly disruptive public health crisis. We view investments made by state agencies in particular as critical to recovery efforts overall and want to draw a connection between investments made in students and families and goals for building a highly skilled, well-compensated workforce. Because we at RFA know, like you know, that a big driver of a strong workforce is a sound foundational education. We closely align our education and workforce efforts at Results for America so that we can help as many states as possible realize their interconnected goals of well-prepared students ready to step into and thrive in high-wage, high-quality, meaningful jobs with dignity. We know these are important goals for you here in Nevada, and we look forward to ongoing partnership with the Nevada Department of Education to ensure the federal funds that they've received are invested in ways that are making a difference for students, families, and the broader community. I want to flag that, beyond the moral imperative of this work to ensure that public funds are being invested wisely and are having their desired impact. The federal education relief funds, as you likely know, do have a set of requirements for states, including requirements that states prioritize funding in highest needs areas, invest funds in evidence-based programming, including programs that address disrupted learning, that offer summer learning opportunities and after-school programming, and there's a set of requirements to evaluate the impact of those investments. These requirements taken together send an important message about the current administration's belief that if we invest funds in evidence-based, equitable ways, we're more likely to see the results that we're seeking. Next slide. In order to make use of the significant federal recovery funds and help states meet the requirements I just summarized briefly, we have and will continue to work with state education agencies, including the Nevada Department of Education, to build awareness of and capacity to do this work well. We believe, based on the work we've been doing here in Nevada and with states like it around the country, that the will among states to build a culture of data and evidence use is quite strong. However, in order to realize their vision, states need more support and investment in their capacity to use data and evidence to ensure the success of those investments, improve student outcomes, and build more equitable systems that work for all students. We want every state to have the resources and capacity to regularly collect and use data about their ESSER and ARP investments to understand whether and to what extent those investments are making a difference for students, for teachers, and for families. And I really firmly believe that our collective success in realizing those goals, in particular for students, hinges on our ability to do these things well. Finally, last slide. As I noted earlier, RFA works with dozens of states, has the great privilege of doing so, and I want you to know that the work of the Nevada Department of Education really sets it apart from its peers in important ways. RFA has recognized Nevada's commitment to data and evidence-driven decision-making since 2019, when NDE was first included in our annual State Standard of Excellence as a leading example of a state's use of evidence in grant programs. NDE has consistently gone above and beyond the federal requirements, really directing additional funds where possible and where allowable toward strategies that we know have a track record of working for students in areas like literacy as one really concrete example, and as it relates to strengthening our lowest performing schools across the state. Nevada was again recognized through our State Standard of Excellence in 2020 and in 2021 again for its leadership in this area. And in 2021 was also included as a promising example of a state investing in data infrastructure in honor of its investment in the Nevada P20 to Workforce Research Data System. We are confident at Results for America that Nevada is well positioned to maintain and even strengthen its data and evidence efforts, and believe a path to getting there is deepening the investments being made in the state's capacity to do this work well. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak about RFA's work overall, and more importantly, the work we've had the pleasure of doing over these years with the Nevada Department of Education. And I will now hand it over to my colleague, Gabby Lamar, to talk more about what is happening and what the department hopes to see happen in the coming years.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Gabby Lamar, for the record, Interim Director of the Office of Student School Support at the Nevada Department of Education. So for the next few slides, I'm going to be walking us through how Nevada has been creating the conditions for all of this evidence-based work. Again, work focused on using data, evidence, and research to improve and drive student outcomes. Here you will see that you all, and we are so grateful for your support in this arena, but these are just a couple of examples of how we as a state have realized the importance of this shift to evidence-based interventions. And we are so, again, grateful for your support here. We have just highlighted AB 7 and SB 178. You all know these so well, so I will not go through these. But you all will see there that specifically for AB 7, changing that language from scientifically based to evidence-based, and then also in SB 178 requiring that those funds were used on programs and services that were evidence-based. So basically what we are saying as a state is that we are spending money on our funding and public dollars, as Sarah was saying, on interventions and practices and strategies that have worked and that have proven to be successful. Here is a graphic of the part of the continuous improvement process and embedding evidence-based strategies within that. This graphic has been taken from our colleagues at the Ohio Department of Education, who have also been deeply engaged in this work, but it's really emblematic of the work that we have also been doing in Nevada. So the focus here is not solely on requiring or having our school districts or our schools list in documentations, for example, that they are completing, such as their school performance plans, which we'll get to in a second, that they are using evidence-based interventions. It's not about compliance. When we talk about this work, we are also talking about selecting based on needs, context, capacity to implement. We are ensuring that when these interventions are being selected, that we are planning for implementation. And once we implement, we are monitoring our progress, and we are examining, evaluating, and adjusting as needed and if needed. This truly is a means of advancing equity in education and closing opportunity gaps, because we are not allowing interventions and strategies that we have seen have not been successful to continue, but instead we are saying we are going to look at the data and we're going to make decisions based off of what the data is telling us, and we are not going to continue an intervention because, for example, we might have a hunch that it might work in the future. We are really, again, in this continuous improvement process, and with that, we are pivoting when needed. The next couple of slides are going to go through some examples of how we are actualizing this work in some of the statewide work across the state. So we did embed this in our school performance plans. And as you can see there, there's a visual that where our schools do need to list their evidence level for any strategies that are, again, aligned to their needs that they're saying they're going to implement after they go through their needs assessment and their root cause analysis. And we have also provided guidance on this with resources that we have embedded within our guidance. And this evidence-based intervention component will also be embedded within the district performance plan development as well. Another example is with supporting districts and schools, supporting districts to support their schools in strategic budgeting. So we do have and been working over the past few years also embedding evidence-based interventions in that continuous improvement cycle within grant applications. So we have compelled districts to use their funds on intervention strategies and activities that have been proven to be successful. We have also provided technical assistance on evaluating those interventions to determine that they actually are having a positive effect, and if not, then readjusting as needed. And we have also asked our districts in various grant applications to then include and discuss how they will go about monitoring and evaluating their interventions. I will also say that we are also encouraging and providing technical assistance and guidance to our school districts to use their funds on rigorous evaluations. As an example, a couple of years ago, we did have one LEA reach out to us for support in this area, and they were able to do and partner with some researchers to do a rigorous evaluation on an intervention that they had in some of their lowest performing schools. And so with that data, they are able to then decide what next steps might need to occur. So that is just one example of how we are also encouraging our LEAs to engage with this continuous improvement process. And here, I know it's quite small, but here are just a couple of visuals of the examples. And so in one of our applications, in the prioritized needs and goals sections, we do ask our districts to consider what evidence-based interventions and strategies were identified to help you close the identified gaps that you have seen through your needs assessment and root cause analysis. And then what is the likelihood of success in implementing those selected interventions? So again, looking at their capacity to be able to implement. We do provide evidence-based leveled resources. And as you can see, another example there, when we look at a funding that is used to support safe and healthy students, we do ask them to describe their evidence-based interventions there, and also include a narrative about how those funds would then directly align with the needs in their needs assessment. So those are just a few examples that I just wanted to show there about how we are actualizing this again in some of our grant applications throughout the state. Another resource that we have for our districts and our schools in this area of work is what we call our evidence-based interventions for school transformation list. And we started this list several years ago, back in 2017, and it has been regularly updated since. So this was created because we realized that with the shift from NCLB to ESSA and with these new evidence-based requirements, that we needed to provide not only guidance but to actually begin doing the hard work for our districts. And so this serves as a resource of interventions that have already been vetted, if you will, and reviewed for their evidence base. And so we do partner with UNLV's College of Education and some researchers over there who have been great partners in this work to conduct these rigorous reviews and then to determine, based on national standards, what level of evidence-based these interventions meet. And so we are proud to say that we have just updated that list just a couple of months ago, and it is, again, a resource for our districts. They're not required to use these, but basically we just want to say, hey, here are some evidence-based interventions in math, for example, and I think we have some family engagement on there at SEL, right, interventions. And we have been working over the past few years of expanding that. As when it first started, it was just focused on a couple of topics, and now we have expanded that. So we're really excited about that. Some additional guidance, technical assistance, and professional development that we have provided across the state. So we did host an equity and evidence convening. This was a statewide convening focused on implementing and sustaining evidence-based practices and interventions. It also included discussions around equity in schools and how we can best serve our students across the state through the implementation of data, research, and evidence. Some additional statewide sessions that we have had are included below. So we've had sessions on evidence-based interventions for school transformation lists and really diving deep so that our school districts truly understand, okay, what is all of the back work, if you will, that goes into determining whether an intervention is actually evidence-based. So we're able to do a couple of deep dives there. Statewide for our districts, also evaluating research and evidence. So again, we'll talk about that in continuous improvement process. So it's not just about selecting and identifying, but ensuring that you are monitoring progress. We've had sessions on contextual considerations and selecting evidence-based interventions. And all of these sessions have been based off of feedback that we're hearing from our districts about what they would like more and need more support on so that they can best support their schools. And we heard feedback that they needed some additional guidance and support on, okay, so I have this situation, I'm looking at this evidence-based intervention, for example, like on, this resource, right, that you gave us, NDE, but how do I know, or like what should I be thinking about to determine whether it may actually be successful in my context? So we had a deep dive session there. We also had another session about the evaluating for continuous improvement. So again, when we talk about that continuous improvement cycle and diving deep there. And we also most recently had a session on addressing learning change or learning loss with evidence-based strategies and ensuring that our districts are doing what it works when it comes to that, especially with all of these educational opportunity gaps being exacerbated due to the pandemic. We are continuing to provide ongoing technical assistance and guidance during ongoing meetings, convenings, for examples, with different programs have either biweekly meetings or monthly meetings or quarterly meetings, and we're continuing to provide guidance and information to our districts during those meetings as well. So as far as next steps for this work in Nevada, we are super thrilled with how far we have come and know that we, have some ways to go here. So we are going to continue to update our evidence-based interventions for school transformation list, and we are definitely going to continue to provide guidance, technical assistance to our schools and school districts. This third bullet here, I want to spend just a few minutes on. We are super excited about this. So this is a What Works Nevada clearinghouse for education. And so this is something that, again, our team and some other states have been doing. Ohio is an example. And can certainly kind of share with you that link so you can see what our vision is, here for Nevada. Of course, it would be, tweaked to Nevada's context. But if you can imagine a statewide resource that has all of the information and guidance and tools that districts and schools will need to help them do this work. So oftentimes we do the technical assistance, we do, the providing the guidance, and then we know, right, that we transition in roles. And so districts, for example, might say, hey, I'm new, and, can you train me on this? And so this would be a resource that districts and schools can consistently go to that will have information and diving deep into the evidence-based interventions continuous improvement cycle, that visual that I shared earlier with you. They will be able to have a national and local level evidence-based interventions supports to ensure that, again, we're using funds on interventions that have been proven to be successful. It will help them make, and our educators here make evidence-based decisions so that they can provide equitable access to quality services for students. And it really would be embedding a systemic, rigorous review process and transparent reporting when it comes to evidence-based interventions. And it will help build our evidence-based here in Nevada. So we know that there are a lot of great interventions and services that are going on across our districts. And so a district would be able to, say, hey, right, we want this to be evaluated. This is our package, right? We think it has been working for our schools. We've seen great outcomes. We would like this to be, evaluated for evidence-based and see kind of where, against the national standards, it might meet. So it really will help us build our evidence-based here in Nevada. So I'm super excited about the potential for this work, and that is a big picture, one of our major next steps there, and where we are hoping to go. And here's some contact information with the Office of Student and School Supports, myself, along with my wonderful teammate, Dr. Tina Winquist. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer them for you. And I think now we are at the questions time. So I have to answer any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Noor. I'm sure we do have some questions. I didn't realize I was going to be taking over for the chair for a moment, but so I have a few, so I'm going to go ahead and start with mine, and then I'll move on to my colleagues. I guess let me start out with you first. From Results for America. I'm looking at the map that you have that it says where you work.
Sure.
I'm looking in Nevada. Obviously, you're working with the Department of Education, and then it looks like you're working with cities, I'm guessing Reno and Las Vegas?
Las Vegas has been historically the main city we've worked with through a separate initiative. I oversee our education work. RFA runs an initiative called the What Works Cities, which focuses on the same sort of data and evidence-driven policymaking, but anchored in cities rather than in state agencies and school districts.
Okay, so can you tell me the difference between what works, go ahead and identify yourself for the record if you would.
Yes.
What Works Certified City, What Works City, SEA Fellows. Can you just kind of break that down, because I'm not sure I understand.
Absolutely. Sarah Kerr for the record. Yes, so Results for America, as I sped through at the beginning, is an organization, nonprofit, as I mentioned, bipartisan, that works across levels of government. So we do work at the federal, state, and local level, as well as across sectors. So we have specific issue areas in which we work. The work that we do at the local level, the main vehicle for that work is our What Works Cities initiative. And that work really focuses on setting a standard for what good government that is embracing practices consistent with good use of data and evidence, what that looks like, and then supporting leaders in each of those jurisdictions. It could be a city, it could be a county, to progress towards that standard that we've set. And we have a set of, I think, 20-something criteria that we use to define what good looks like, a set of standards, and then support cities in sort of graduating through those standards. And then assuming they progress, they are eligible to receive certification at various levels. So that's the work we do at the local level. Is sort of issue agnostic. Some of it really is sort of supporting good government. Every city is going to have its own set of priorities. Every mayor, for example, is going to have an agenda that they're pursuing, and we support the use of data and evidence as a vehicle for achieving the goals that they've set. And I'll say a little bit more about the work we do on the education side, which is an example of kind of an issue area that transcends federal, state, and local level. So at the federal level, RFA advocates for strong data and evidence policies with the federal government, with the U.S. Department of Education, and in Congress. We played a big role in securing the ESSA evidence provisions that were referenced a few times in my presentation. I know have influenced the way that states, including Nevada, have designed their programs and ways in which they're spending money. At the state level, our primary vehicle is our state education fellowship, in addition to state standard, which is a version of that local standard for cities that I just articulated. What do state governments need to be doing, and how should they be behaving if they're really embracing data and evidence? We sort of apply that to the education sector through our fellowship program. It brings together a network of, we've worked with probably close to 15 or 16 different state education agencies over the last 5 years into a single network that supports them to adopt, implement policies and practices that are going to advance better data use, better data generation, better use of evidence to drive decision making. And again, relatively agnostic to the what. We really think of ourselves as the how people. We believe that if we embrace and use data and evidence and generate and build evidence over time, we're going to be better positioned to make good decisions on behalf of students and pursue whatever goals agencies and school districts have set.
And if I could follow up,
Sure.
In the other states that you're in, is it typical that you would work with the state agency and then cities and not work directly with Clark County School District, Washoe County School District? Because I feel like, especially with the city of Las Vegas, we're looking at about 700,000 people as opposed to 3 million in the Clark County area. So is that typical?
It is typical, and I appreciate that question and like the maybe sense of disconnect between some of the work that we're doing on the education side at the state level and some of the work that RFA as an overarching organization is doing with cities. Like any organization, we have different sets of initiatives, and we do collaborate where it makes sense. But the work that we're doing with state agencies, for example, or with the Nevada Department of Education, while there is some like connective tissue, I would say, it's pretty separate from the set of work that's happening in Las Vegas. So yes, to answer your question, it is common in the states that we've been working in that we may have state education agencies we're working with, or workforce investment boards that we're working with, and there's separate work happening in a subset of their cities and counties that is, again, some connective tissue, but is really pretty distinct from each other. If that makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Do we have other questions for Ms. Kerr in particular? Is it for Ms. Kerr? I was going to stay with her for a moment. Is that no? It's your question for Ms. Kerr. Okay. Well, then let's go for it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And Assemblywoman Claire Thomas, for the record. My question actually has to do, and all through both presentations, I keep hearing evidence-based, evidence-based. My concern is lived experience, especially when we're dealing in low performing schools. When you're collecting this data, are you actually, for low performing schools, considering the lived experience? Because we know that sometimes that evidence-based data can be skewed. So if you can answer that question for me, thank you.
Sarah Kerr for the record. I'll start, and then Gabby, you can build off of what I offer. First of all, I deeply appreciate that question, and it doesn't come up enough, in my opinion. And it's helpful to think about ways in which, as we talk about data-driven, evidence-based work, we can, off the bat, set common definitions. So, for example, what I mean by that is when I think about evidence-based and talk about evidence-based strategies or approaches or data-driven efforts, in my own mind, that means not just sort of causal impact evidence or quantitative evidence. That means widening the aperture to include qualitative data and evidence, which I would extend to include significantly, importantly, lived experiences of those who are closest to or impacted by the policies and practices. And so at Results for America, together with our partners in state agencies and school districts, when we talk about building or generating evidence, we are actively promoting and supporting efforts that are much broader and wider than commissioning an impact evaluation that might randomize students and 5 years from now help us draw some conclusions about whether, a literacy program or a math program may have worked. We are saying we want to co-create policies that we know are going to be meaningful and matter to our students, and that we have mechanisms in place beyond causal impact evaluations to help us understand if the policy changes or practices that we're putting into place are working. Not did they work, but are they working? So I think that's an important question. We really do take a broader approach to defining data and evidence-based in our work.
Gabby Lamar for the record. Yes, I completely agree. And thank you so much for that question. That is very important. And I can see how throughout the presentation, it kind of made it seem like, okay, we're only focusing on, one aspect of this work, but certainly the qualitative data and those lived experiences. And so I did bring back up the visual, because embedded in that is also the lived experience. And so when we talk about, the planning for implementation and looking at like our capacity, right, that is like looking at, okay, like what is going on in our school with our school context, and seeing, do we even have the capacity, and that could mean the time, like, the resources, right, like the will, like do we have the buy-in to even be able to do this? I think that also goes back to the lived experience. And then certainly when we have, our, was in this visual, our fifth step here, examining, reflecting, and adjusting, right, some of that storytelling and some of those lived experiences aspects definitely would come in there as well. So yes, it is definitely about both. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those answers, and thank you, Vice Chair.
My pleasure. Did you have a... What about up in Carson City? Any questions? I can't see you, so.
Yes, Vice Chair Bill Gray Axelrod, Assemblywoman Hanson. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions, and thank you for being here and for your presentation. So I want to make sure that I understood it right. It's 2017, is that, I know the legislation took place that kind of outlined what was to be done. So have you been working with the Nevada Department of Ed since 2017? I think this is to Ms. Kerr. Did I get your name right?
You did, Sarah Kerr for the record. Thank you for your question. Yes, I believe 2018 is the sort of the first point in time that we began to work closely with the Nevada Department of Education. Previous to that, we, as an organization that's doing work nationally and constantly sort of examining the practices and policies that are being put into place, the Nevada Department of Education was on our radar. But I believe 2018 was the year in which we first became closer partners, and that the Nevada Department was able to join the first cohort of state education fellows that we launched.
Thank you. And if I could follow up, Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So I've kind of been a broken record. I keep referring to some of our statewide statistics. I do want to compliment NDE for having a wonderful portal for the public to look at, so we can get an idea and dial down to schools, districts, statewide, proficiencies in English language arts and in mathematics. So if you're working with them, maybe if not here, but offline, we could have a follow-up. I had stumbled across this based on a couple of other hearings we've had. And then I go back to 2016 and 17, and we look at our statewide results. And I understand that we're grouping lots of things together, and there are lots of different things. But we have to start somewhere. I have gone to some rural areas who have different populations, but I'm seeing a lot of the same concerning lower proficiencies. Let's start with this. 2016, 2017, we have high school proficiency in English language arts at 73%. That seems good. Graduation rate right around the same. Math proficiency in 2016, 2017 is about 55.6%. This is a year or two after the $1.3 billion infusion tax increase for education in the 2015 session. So we see these numbers, then we go to the next year, and I don't even go to COVID years. One year we don't report, the next year it's bad. So to be fair, then you go to 2017 to 2018, it precipitously drops. It gets cut in half almost. Our math dropped from the 70 percentiles down to 26.3, and the reading, English language arts dropped from the 73 percentile down to 45. So that year, things dropped dramatically, and I don't have an explanation for it. So perhaps, since this is what you do as evidence-based, we could find an answer to that. And then when you progress to the last year, really before COVID, is the 2018-2019, where we're floating pre-COVID, is 47.6% in English language arts statewide and 26.3% in math. And I'm talking just high school in these numbers. So I guess my request would be, for all the evidence-based research, could we get, and maybe the answer's out there, and I've only been here since 2019, if we could have some understanding of why those numbers, and then based on working with the NDE, what are we doing down to get it down to where it's helping our students, or helping those teachers and helping those districts with all the evidence-based research that's going on. Sorry, that's a huge ask. Thank you.
Gabby Lamar for the record. No, great question. And at NDE, we are also constantly looking, at our data and looking to see how we can best support our districts, then support their schools and their students with this. So I think we will perhaps we need to follow up because I want to make sure that I'm addressing all aspects of your question. But, what I can say is that, when we look at the data, and I think this goes back to, the question about, ensuring that we are also embedding the lived experience. And so, to your point, we would have to look more strategically at the data and quantitative, and qualitative, and look at some of the stories behind that and see exactly, why we're seeing the numbers that we are seeing. But what I will say is that when we, begin with the evidence-based interventions and embedding that, just like with anything, with education, it will take some time to then kind of see that out in our, and I think what you're referring to is like our end of the year assessment, so like our SBAC data. And so what we are doing and all that we've shared today is helping to like build those conditions. But surely as a nation, we have some ways to go. But we have seen some and heard stories about some of our districts that have had been using some of the evidence-based interventions, working with a certain like evidence-based partner, for example, that have saying, hey, like we see these in our numbers, like we think this is exactly why, but it's also about continuously monitoring and doing that rigorous evaluation process. Of course, COVID, kind of derailed a lot of things because we were planning actually to do with a partner who also is really great in this work, Rel West, who has provided some, guidance to our districts. We were actually planning on doing a statewide tour and getting to the school level for these a little bit more. That was supposed to happen at about 2020/2021. And, with the pandemic, we weren't able to do that. So we're, getting kind of through it now. We're kind of looking at, what we can do to kind of get more down to the school level with these and providing the guidance and supports that our schools truly need as well, and helping our districts do so. So I hope that helps. It is a large question.
Oh, and thank you. I understand that. So certainly you can get back offline and share that information with our committee. It'd be greatly appreciated. And in regards to that shared experience, I do encourage, I went to some other counties. I went to Churchill County. I went to Elko County. I represent 6 counties. I have a large section of Washoe and 5 rural counties. And those numbers kind of follow. And these are in counties that are getting net proceeds of mining tax money as well. So please, if I didn't indicate that, I'd love to kind of get have you look at those other counties so that I understand it's so all-inclusive with the state numbers. So again, thank you for the time. I understand it's a big lift, but we'll look forward to hearing back from you at some point. Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, yeah, if you would just get that information to the committee, and we can make sure that we parse it up to the committee members. Up in Carson City, Senator Dendero Loop, did you have a question, or you can just shake your head yes or no? Or
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. And anyone else here? All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Enjoy the Vegas sunshine.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so next we are on agenda item 7, which is a presentation on early learning program costs and equity updates. So we have 3 folks coming up to the table, or yes, we have 3 folks, perfect. And just begin when you're ready. Thank you.
For the record, this is Patty Oya, Director of the Office of Early Learning and Development for the Nevada Department of Ed. I am very happy to introduce Judy Ennis and Greg Hill from West Ed, who are here to provide an update on their work, examining the cost of quality pre-K in Nevada and the equity of the 8410 per seat cost methodology that we began using during the 22-23 school year. This is a 2-year study that was approved at the close of the 2021 legislative session. So I will turn it over to Judy and Greg.
Good morning. My name is Judy Ennis, for the record, from West Ed. I will be speaking today with my colleague, Greg Hill.
For the record, Greg Hill Jr., West Ed. I'm pleased to be here.
It is our privilege and our pleasure to speak with you all today. You've had a very packed agenda, and we appreciate the opportunity to share our current progress with our study with you. And thank you, Patty, for the introduction. We have for you here a quick overview of what we hope to cover with you this morning during our brief time with you. We're going to give you an overview of our project and a progress update, share some emerging findings, with the emphasis on emerging. We're very much in process, and do a preview of upcoming activities before we get to Q&A. Very quickly, though, to introduce West Ed. We are a nonpartisan resource organization. We are headquartered in California, but as you can tell by the name West Ed, we work heavily within the West, very much. We have a long relationship here in Nevada. If interested, we can detail some of the other projects. I've heard you ask some of the other presentations today that our colleagues may be doing here in Nevada right now, but we're focused just on our study at the moment. Anything else on West Ed? Okay. Our team is with us here in spirit and by text if needed, if questions come up. You only have 2 of us represented today. I'm the project director. I work in early childhood fiscal cost modeling, as well as in education policy writ large, in both the K-12 space and in the early childhood space. You can see we have a number of team members here. Marion Knotts, Lucy Hadley, Mel Weiland, John Diaz. They're not with us in person, but they are contributors to this work, and we're proud to represent their efforts to you today. Greg Hill, to my right here, is our GIS specialist on the project. We've been invited to do this study because, as you are all very well aware, Nevada is a changing space. You have urgent priorities facing your education space in terms of the teacher shortage in the K-12 arena, and all of that is also happening in the early childhood sector. Our focus here, though, is on modeling costs for Nevada-ready pre-kindergarten by thinking about what it looks like at the site level and bringing that information to bear on what the cost model looks like from the state level. This is in a moment of great change. Early childhood is reeling from the impacts of the pandemic, and there has been a significant amount of stretching and straining on the part of early childhood educators and caregivers to meet the needs of their children who may be experiencing trauma and illness at home, resulting in absences, enrollment changes, moves. All of that has an impact on what's happening at the site level, and we want to understand that context when we think about what does it really truly cost to provide pre-kindergarten from the site level perspective. All right, so that's our charge. Within that, we had our official beginning in January of 2022, and we've been running at a steady clip since then, but we have much further to go with the work for this 2-year project. The slide you see here shows you an overview of where we are in our process. On the far left, you see that early stage of review. We engaged in document review, looking at different sources of publicly available data to understand some of the context of local communities and to establish a set of case study regions that we'll detail in a moment. Where we are right now is in that second bucket, engage, where we've been working for the past 2 months on a survey and on doing regional focus groups to understand the perspectives of site level administrators. The goal of that segment of our work is to come up with a cost ranges report in late summer. We're working on that right now. It's forthcoming. We're going to share some emerging findings with you, but the details of that will be outside of the scope of today's presentation. Up next, after we finish our cost ranges, we're going to shift to working with an advisory group to develop findings and recommendations for the Office of Early Learning. And that's going to continue from the end of this summer through 2023. So we're going to get into this with a little bit more detail. These are our 3 anchoring research questions. As you know, right now, $8,410 is the per child amount. What we want to understand is what is the range of cost points above and below $8,410, and what are the factors that create that range? What is the gap between how much Nevada spends and the cost from that site level perspective? And that last piece is what we're going to focus on in our next phase is who is served and not served and why within a mixed delivery system. When I say mixed delivery system, I'm referring to the range of settings that children experience care. It could be a center. It could be within an LEA. It could be a family home childcare. In our PK, however, we're focused on ages 4 and 5. Okay. So these are our 5 case study locations. We've established these through a process with our partners in the Office of Early Learning. And this process included, we had a number of criteria that we were looking at. We wanted to land at the end of this in 2023 with a sense of the ranges of the regional differences within Nevada. Nevada, right here, Vegas, is extraordinarily different from other parts of the state, as you all well know. So we wanted to choose regions that represent what's happening in terms of the mining, the impact of the mining industry, the differences between the major population centers such as Vegas, Reno, Sparks, to other areas that are these large geographic regions with pockets of population density within it. We also wanted to make sure we had demographic representation across the state. Where's their tribal concentration? Where's there not, right? So with all of these in mind, we went through a process of breaking it down, and we settled on these 5. Now, the 8,410 is statewide, and the reason we wanted to go with case study locations is that we believe that in order to understand the answers to our research questions, we need to get as close to the ground as possible. What is the experience from the perspective of site administrators with their day-to-day budgets? So here are some of the data collection activities that we have in play now or have coming up. We have just completed our regional focus groups, but there will be more coming up in the future, as well as our survey. At the top level there, you see the advisory group that I mentioned before. We'll share a little bit more about that later because that's in the next phase of our project. Some of the data sources that we've used include census data, NDE and OELD data for NRPK, as well as looking at state plans, guidance, and program websites. I apologize for having to go with a disclaimer so early in the presentation, but we want to say very clearly that we intend to refine these results. We're working on this in real time, so if there's a piece of this that you're saying, we'd like to hear about that again in 6 months, we intend to bring that back to you. But these findings are given to you in good faith, that they're as valid as we can make them at this time. So our survey. I don't know about you, but I am exhausted by responding to so many survey requests. So we were delighted with the number of responses that we got into us. This was a signal of the interest in the field to wrestling with some of the questions that our study is wrestling with. We got approximately 135 responses, but many of them were incomplete. Either someone started, they closed it, they started again. So we're counting the 64 complete non-duplicate responses at this time. And within that, we'd like to say that we'd like to reach back out to the individuals that started their response and did not finish it because we want to hear from them. But for now, we're very pleased with the response of 64 for the purposes of our study at this time. We got strong engagement across the state on different site types, back to that mixed delivery system I was describing earlier. And where you can notice at that breakdown at the top that we have non-NRPK as well. You might be wondering why would we be interested in that if our focus is on NRPK. To understand the cost model for NRPK, we need to see and understand the context that NRPK is working within in terms of the opportunities that families have in Nevada to place their children in other types of settings that may not be part of NRPK. How different is the experience of the educator in that space if they have the choice of working in an NRPK site to a non-NRPK site in terms of compensation and in terms of length of the workday, et cetera. So some of those questions we view to be quite germane to understanding the range above and below for the 8,410 amount. Here are some of the cost categories that we investigated via the survey, which we then dug into a little bit deeper in our regional focus groups. So you can see that number one, personnel hourly wages, that is absolutely the largest part of any site level budget. It's paying for the people. But there are a number of other monthly totals that we want to understand. Salaries and benefits, rent versus mortgage, if that applies, for an LEA, for example, and we'll talk about that momentarily. Utilities, supplies, COVID expenditures. When we think about the cost model, I want to draw your attention to that point because we know that there are isolated COVID expenditures that are in place right now, extra PPE, for example, extra cleaning supplies, that we hope is going to go out of the budget in time, right? But still to understand the current moment, we've included that and want to understand its impact on the overall experience of administrators. Licensure, liability insurance, all of these things shape the budget and expenditures from the site perspective. But there were a number that we did not ask about in the survey that our focus groups helped us to elevate as a priority for us to understand. So this is what you see here are a set of threads that we are currently chasing. For example, maintenance and infrastructure. We were aware that infrastructure would be a big expense, but we were not aware of just how big this impacts site level budgets for some of the site administrators that participated in our focus groups. Some of the range here really caught us off, and so we are following this one more closely because there's a unique element to running a site in Nevada, which is the power of the sun on your equipment outside and the frequency with which you need to replace it in order for it to maintain high quality and safety for kids. So that's an example of a unique regional difference in Nevada that we want to understand as a factor within the cost model. Professional development, assessment, and technology. When we're talking about technology here, this is for what's happening in the educator's hands, where they might be taking notes on observations, and or for sign in, sign out for families to come in, and other types of tracking throughout the course of the day that could be happening during a program. But there are other pieces there that site administrators were sharing with us that were expensive that we want to understand. 8,410 across the state. We've already talked about the regional differences. What you see here is some of the ranges on rent that we heard from sites so far. And again, we want to get more specific on this. But as you can see, a range of $600 to $20,000, that's a major range. So there are differences here between sites that are based at an LEA, where they're not thinking about this component, versus those that are an independent center. If they need to expand or are considering expansion and increasing their square footage, right, this has a major shaping effect on their ability to do so, is their costs of rent and overhead. The next few slides are going to give you a sense of what we understand right now to be the ranges in salary over the past couple of years, so that we could understand that pre-COVID moment to right now. And as you can see here right now, NRPK salaries are fairly stagnant in Clark County, even though based on everyone's talk of the price at the pump right now, inflation is an issue. And where our workforce supply pressures that are happening around this current salary level. In Washoe, year over year, a little bit lower compared to Clark, even though that's also a major population density area with many different types of industries there, and high numbers of young families. Nye is a little bit lower compared to 2019, and we'd like to understand this piece in particular, so we're looking into that. And if I'm going too quickly on these, I'm happy to go back when we get to Q&A, of course. Our focus groups. First, I'd like to say thank you to anyone who might be listening who participated in the focus groups, because they were unbelievably informative for our team, and the level of engagement that came from site administrators who have many other pressures in their day-to-day to join us for these focus groups was deeply appreciated by our research team. We held 8 sessions. They ended at the end of May, so we're still going through the process right now of theming all of the comments. We used a data protocol. But of course, if someone had something that wasn't expected in our interview protocol, we heard that and brought that into our process in order to understand their unique perspectives from their site level and from wherever they are within the state. We had about 40 participants total, and we're hoping to come back to some of them later as we go further into the process to either verify, refine, validate findings of the study from their perspective. Here's some of the key themes we've heard so far from those focus groups. Number one, and this is also represented in the rest of your agenda today, recruiting teachers has been a challenge because of the pay. That's the perception shared by the administrators. That the losing teachers to retail jobs or other opportunities that pay more per hour is a consistent pressure on these sites that can make the difference between children getting off the wait list and staying on. There's also difficulties within the grant timing. This is not a large margin operation, and the timing of when the money comes does not always match the cycles that they're under in terms of enrollment and movement of families and the needs of staff. So that's one that we'd like to understand a little bit more. It's not explicitly related to the cost model, but still something that came up consistently. Lastly, eligibility. Right now, to be eligible for NRPK is related to your 200% poverty level. So there were some that shared that they need to turn families away where they cannot access, they cannot find care for their 4 and 5-year-olds. They cannot find the educational experience that they're looking for because of their eligibility. However, one of the reasons why we are designed at using the case study regions is that while there is a commonly held perception nationally that more rural equals a higher percentage of families experiencing socioeconomic distress. Because of the mining industry, more rural does not necessarily equate with lower incomes for the families. And so that's an interesting piece of that regional difference within Nevada that we want to understand as we explore this more deeply, right? Because even if there are NRPK sites that are in those areas, but they're not eligible because they are above that threshold, but their children are still not getting the opportunities that the family desires. Another piece that we wanted to share with you within this, our participants, was that we heard consistently, and I want to say that we weren't asking for this in the protocol, was the quote that you see on the screen here, and I'll read it for those that perhaps are in the back and didn't bring their glasses, but the children that went through the NRPK program had higher school readiness, both academically and in terms of their social emotional development. We know this program has a high positive benefit for children and families. The individual that shared that, and we abbreviated it slightly, was a school-based site administrator in one of our focus groups, but that is representative of many of the comments that we heard from both within NRPK and without. 4 and 5-year-olds is a very narrow slice of the population. As you all know, data moves slowly in terms of when it's posted and made publicly available, and these children age without concern for whether or not we're capturing them in our data models. So the 4 and 5-year-olds that are captured on the screen here have already aged out of our slide deck. So when we say the data is incomplete, we would just want to pinpoint that we're working with a very small slice of the population, and sometimes the access isn't there in terms of the publicly accessible data. The broad story here, though, is that there is a clear demand that exceeds current supply. There are regional variances to that, and that depends on population pressure. It depends on a number of things. But we want to share with you that the total population in 2020 for 4 and 5-year-olds that would be eligible for, well, that are in the age range for NRPK is approximately 77,000. Within that, the total population that are less than 200% of poverty, which means that they meet the eligibility requirements, is about 33,000. So that's about 43% then within poverty. Okay, so I hope that those statistics give you a little bit of a sense of the group that we're talking about within the state. And yeah. So looking ahead, we're in the phase right now of establishing the ranges for the cost model. We're aiming to have that preliminary modeling done at the end of the summer. And then we're going to move into understanding how our model intersects with issues of access through our conversations with the advisory group and through returning to the participants of our focus group and our survey respondents. Our project close date is for summer 2023, and we have quite a lot of work to do before we get there. So right now we're focused on completing the analysis of that survey data and reconnecting with participants to clarify. As I mentioned, we had 135 that opened and gave us partial information and closed. So we're going back to them to understand their details. And then the engagement with the advisory group is scheduled to begin in the fall. With that, I will stop now, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and again, want to reiterate our gratitude for this opportunity to share our study with you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yep, okay, we'll start with Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this presentation. And my question is very basic. As you're working on the cost analysis, we know when it comes to teacher pay, this is a major issue on why we're losing, and there is no pipeline. Let's just say it the way it is, right? But it's even, I think, more crucial when it comes to early ed, and people don't realize that these groups of students, this early ed 4 to 5, is another specialized group of students and isn't captured necessarily in the same K through 12 licensing. But again, it's imperative that we have licensed and trained teachers. And of course, there are many people who would love to work with that age group, but again, because of economics, can't. So my first question, and you could just briefly respond, is because again, some of the pushback we often get is, well, if we do this, who's going to do it? Where are the teachers? We don't have enough teachers anyway. You know, class size, it's always like, well, we don't have enough teachers anyways, instead of like, well, let's get to the root of things. So with this, and I know right now we would not have enough teachers to do it. We would not have enough early ed certified individuals to do this. But can you just briefly explain or describe for us how much their pay impacts the ability to attract and retain these early certified professionals, as well as will those costs to bring that salary up to market value to what would attract and retain, will that be included in your studies, in your recommendations?
Thank you so much for the question. And yes, compensation, I think, is a headline in every state in the country right now for the K-12 teacher shortage, and also for early childhood educators and child care providers. I think it's the whole spectrum is experiencing issues in terms of what is the appropriate pay scale for this desperately needed and highly impactful work. So I deeply appreciate your question. I would say that within our cost model, we're looking at what the ranges are regionally, and we will take the input of the advisory group, who we're hoping to have the advisory group be a set of experts that are at the system level within Nevada, as well as those that are site administrators, to participate in that discussion about what exactly how much of an impact compensation has in their experience of recruitment and retention. I think it's critical to hear as much as possible from those that are working on the ground about this question. But I think that, and I'm making an assumption, that the reason for your question is that there's the question of, is compensation so low? And we did hear that in the focus groups from some of our participants already, that compensation is a reason why we cannot retain. Our educators are getting jobs elsewhere. There's also ranges within the settings of what individuals are paid. If you're LEA based, that's a different pay scale than if you're working in a center or another setting, right? So all of those factors we are looking at, and we aim to provide our best possible recommendations as informed by the advisory group, in addition to our research.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Oh, and that was Judy Ennis for the record. Sorry, I forgot to say that.
Thank you. I usually will catch it at the tail end if you don't. So, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for the presentation. Excuse me. One of my, how do I put this? One of my gut feelings, and the reason why I ran for office, is this subject of pre-K. So I am an advocate for pre-K. But the question that I have for this panel, your data that you've collected, is that from just child care facilities? Did you go into CCSD with their program to collect this data, or is it just regulated to child care facilities? That's my first question.
Thank you for that question, and thank you for sharing that you're an advocate for pre-kindergarten. So our data sources, we used publicly available data, and I'm going to also defer to my colleague here in a moment if there's any other details on this. We focused on gathering information from current site administrators via the survey, and we also looked at census data statewide and information provided by the Office of Early Learning. So the NRPK, the pre-kindergarten program that we're focused on, is quite narrow. And when we say childcare, that can be more broad, right? So through the course of our study, we want this to be contextualized within a larger set of age ranges, but we're very narrowly focused on the 4 to 5 age group served by the NRPK program. So I hope that that answers your question. I think that you might have a larger one there. So please, if I didn't answer it, I'd like to clarify.
Follow-up, Chair. Thank you. Okay, not quite the answer that I wanted to make sure that we're getting that data. The data that I'm, hearing, I'm just not sure if we looked at the complete program for pre-K, if we're just looking at, especially when we're talking about salary, we know that child care facilities cannot compete with the salary scale. We know that. So I would like to know whether or not this is just a narrow data collection from the child care facilities instead of the entire program.
For the record, Patty Oya. So thank you for the question. The study does look at Clark County School District Nevada Ready State Pre-K program. So the data from the school districts or Washoe County or Nye County, the areas that we picked. We do look at the school district data as well as any child care programs that have Nevada Ready State Pre-K seats in them. And so that's our work with United Way of Southern Nevada, where we have some pre-K seats in childcare, we have some pre-K seats in LEAs. And I think that's what they refer to as mixed delivery system. And so we do look at both. One of the things that in NRS is that childcare centers do have to pay near equivalent, and it's not quite a even match of dollar for dollar, but they have to pay at the rate of their local school district, because we know that child care centers generally do not pay as much as a school district. So we do have that written into NRS. The problem is, if they're not as highly qualified as a school district teacher, we do require a bachelor's degree, or that they're working towards a bachelor's degree, and then they have to make the same pay. I think the problem with childcare, though, as your concern is that then infant toddler teachers kind of look at their pre-K counterparts and say, hey, how come they're making as much as a school district teacher? And that really causes more inequity than we wanted. But we took, I think, that lead from our federal, when we received that big federal preschool development grant. That was where the wording came in, that they pay at the same rate as their local school district.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Bill Bray-Axelrod.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I know Ms. Oya knows that I'm quite passionate about this issue too, as I've served in a volunteer role as president of Family to Family Connection for, I think, the last 12 years or something like that. Family to Family Connection, for those of you guys who are not aware, was founded in 1998 and kind of talked about the importance of 0 to 5, right? I feel like I'm sort of beating my head against the wall when I talk to folks about early childhood, whether it's, we were fighting for full day kindergarten just a few years ago, who many people just thought it was basically babysitting. Pre-K, the importance of pre-K, I feel like I kind of have to beat my head against the wall to make people understand the importance of that. And and that is where my next question to you lies. Obviously, there's a need for this, but are you finding that parents in particular, or what have you come across? I think you're anticipating my question of the importance. Do people realize the return on investment in investing in pre-K? I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much for that question. I know the previous presentation you had evidence-based. There has been continuous research on the impacts of a high-quality educational experience for pre-kindergarten age children and for educational experiences for children in care in multiple settings from birth on. The impact in terms of cognitive development, social emotional development, school readiness, which is one of the primary elements of the NRPK program. The evidence here is so strong, and the research goes so deep across many settings, many years, across demographics, across program type. So the research community is quite unanimous about the positive impacts of having children experience a high quality preschool and early child care experience. However, I would say that parents can tell you from their own perspective what the impact is in terms of their ability to maintain work for themselves, to have their child establish peer-to-peer relationships, meet other parents, be connected to their communities. The benefits of that type for families in terms of consistency in their community and day-to-day routines, that is also very well documented. But the question about whether or not we've heard that, we have not yet talked to parents in this study. So I want to be really clear about that. What I just shared there is the broad perspective from the research base on why pre-kindergarten matters and why it matters to families. But in our study, we did not have any parents specifically within our focus groups at this time. We very much want to hear from parents, especially if you want to understand access and the reasons for why parents choose one setting over another. But that hasn't happened yet, so I don't want to misrepresent our findings in that regard. However, the other aspects that I shared in terms of the broad base for why it's important to your question are very clear, and we'd be happy to share any further information with you on the reasons behind the statement I just gave with a follow-up summary document.
And that was Ms. Ennis.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and yes, that was Judy Ennis for the record.
Thank you.
I'll get it next time.
All right, other questions here? No? Let's go up north. Anybody up north wishing to ask any questions? I'm seeing head waving, so that I'm seeing head waving as no, so okay. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation today and all the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we are at the point in our agenda now that we are going to take a lunch break. And so let's see, why don't we go, we're going to take at least a 30-minute. Let's go to 25 after, or maybe let's just say 12:30. We'll just say 12:30 just to make it even. Or maybe we'll make it 12:27. No, we'll go to 12:30. So we will be in recess until 12:30. All right, we'll come back from recess. We are on to agenda item number 8, presentation regarding data insight partners analysis of class sizes and teacher workforce. And we've got Nathan Trenholm here with us from Data Insight Partners, and anybody else. I don't know who else is presenting, but I know Nathan was on my things on my agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm just going to introduce. So good afternoon, Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod, and honorable members of the Legislative Committee on Education. For the record, I'm Jessica Todman, Deputy Superintendent for Educator Effectiveness and Family Engagement at the Nevada Department of Education. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to introduce our next 2 presentations. First, as you noted, Data Insight Partners will present an update on their analysis on educator workforce and class size. Information resulting from NDE's partnership with Data Insight was previously shared with the Senate Committee on Education during the 2021 session. Thanks to the support of the Interim Finance Committee, we are pleased to be able to enter a second phase of the work on which Nathan will provide an update today. I do want to caveat that at this time, the analysis of the data that you'll see in the presentation from the 21-22 school year is limited to Clark County School District. CCSD should be commended for their transparency around workforce data. They present regular reports and staff separations during their Board of Trustees meetings. These data are not currently available from other districts in the state. While Clark's data is critical as it represents the majority of the state, it does not tell the whole story, and that is why the continued investment in educator workforce data analysis and systems is so important. And we're looking forward to having a dynamic workforce data dashboard to represent the entire state soon. Their presentation will be followed by a report from your Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. The department is extremely proud of the work conducted by the task force to bring together recommendations from different stakeholder groups, including teachers, principals, human resource officers, and higher education partners, as you heard from Chair Potoff today. Chair Smithberg from the task force has a thorough presentation prepared, and in the interest of adhering to requested timelines, I want to emphasize 2 things that are available in the documents provided but not highlighted in her presentation. First, the task force report includes links to data, research, and examples that support the recommendations. In addition, the task force had 4 months in which to complete this report, and they recognize that some of the recommendations would benefit from greater details on anticipated costs, and they would be happy to conduct further analysis at your request. And with that, I'll hand it over to Nathan.
Chair Dennis, committee members, for the record, my name is Nathan Trenholm with Data Insight Partners. I'm honored to be here today to talk to you about the Nevada teacher workforce, specifically what we know, what we don't know, and what we still need to know. So what we know is that the most important factor affecting student learning is the classroom teacher. And that's really what drives this work and this analysis, is the idea that we want to ensure every student has access to a high-quality, full-time teacher. Our time together here, of what I'm going to go over is, first I'm going to talk about some of the highlights from the Nevada class size report that we shared last year to both the Senate and Assembly Education Committees. We're going to talk about the current trends that are going on right now in the teacher workforce, and then the work that lies ahead. So last year, we presented a Nevada class size, a comprehensive analysis to both the Senate and Assembly Education Committees. It was probably one of the largest analysis ever done on the teacher workforce and class sizes in Nevada. One of the things that we highlighted was that the Nevada Department of Education has recommended class sizes for grades 1 through 3, they recommend class sizes of 15, and for grades 4 through 12, they recommend class sizes of 25. So one of the big questions was, how does this align with what our students are actually experiencing? So looking at data from the 2019-2020 school year, what we see in this chart is the average class size experienced by students in grades 1st through 5th, and then the core subject areas of English, math, science, and history in secondary. And what we see is in every grade and subject, the average class size experienced by students is larger than the recommended class size by the Nevada Department of Education. Right? So the big question is, how many students were in a class size larger than the recommended class size? So this is what the average student experienced. How many students were actually impacted by this? So we found over 374,000 students were sitting in class sizes larger than the recommended class size. In other words, 9 in 10 students had a class size larger than that recommended by the Nevada Department of Education. So how many teachers do we need at that time if we wanted to get to the recommended class sizes? Just for the core subject areas, Nevada needed over 3,000 teachers to meet those recommended class sizes. And one of the things we looked at is national ratios to confirm that this was actually a very conservative estimate. Right? When we looked at national class sizes, if we wanted to get to the national average, we would have needed almost 10,000 more teachers. So just for the core subjects to get to recommended class sizes, we needed over 3,000 more teachers. So that was based on data from, again, the 2019-2020 school year. So the question is, what's been happening with the teacher workforce since that report came out? Now, unfortunately, there is no national repository that tracks what is happening with the teacher workforce in regards to attrition and keeping teachers. Sorry, excuse me. There's no statewide database as well either, right? So what we've been able to look at is the Clark County School District puts out a report that lists all the licensed teachers who are leaving the district, and they put that report out with every board meeting. So we've gone into their board docs for every regular board meeting for the last decade and downloaded those PDFs and kind of processed all those information and put them into a database so that we could analyze the data to see what has been happening with the teacher workforce in Clark County. And so what we see here in this chart is the cumulative number of licensed staff who say that they're leaving the school district from August through July. So this is the average over the last decade, essentially. And so each dot here represents how many teachers have said they're leaving in that month and the months prior, right? So it's adding up throughout the year to the point of July. That's the total for the whole year. So what we see is that licensed staff slowly start to say they're leaving throughout the school year. And then by April is when we see an acceleration of when teachers start to say they're not coming back the next school year. This is what it looked like last year during COVID, right? So from August through February, this was the slowest pace that teachers have left the Clark County School District in the last decade. Then in March, the vaccine came out, the economy started to open back up, and all of a sudden we saw a spike in the number of licensed staff who said they were leaving the district, to the point that at the end in July, it was above average for the year. So the million-dollar question was this kind of a pent-up demand of teachers who are going to leave, or was this like the new reality? This is what it looks like this year. So as of the beginning of June, over 2,100 teachers and licensed staff have said they're leaving the Clark County School District. This is far above, any other prior year. We still have another report that'll be coming out this June, so this number for June will go higher. There will be a whole nother report in July, so it'll go even higher still. And we've already far surpassed the highest that we've ever had in an entire year. So that's data based on the separation reports and us going in and kind of manually trying to add up all of these names in a list. But we can kind of verify what we're seeing, that what's happening this school year is not typical, right? So here, the Clark County School District also puts out a report that shows the employee count by employee group for every month. So one of those employee groups is licensed staff, right? So licensed staff and teachers. And so if we look at that data over the last 5 years, this is the number of licensed staff in Clark County from October to March. So right in kind of the core chunk of the school year. And what we see is during the school year, typically, the Clark County School District is gaining teachers throughout the school year. This is what it looks like this year. Right? So what has been happening this year with the teacher exodus in Clark County is not like anything we have ever seen before. So what do teacher and licensed staff separations look like across the country? So again, I'm going to reiterate, there is no national database of this information. So all we can do to try and gather this information is look for news stories of what's happening in other states and districts. So here was a news story from Houston where the Department of Education in Texas had put out a report that said that their teacher attrition rate was at a low and was the lowest it's been since 2011. They also said they had 2,000 more teacher certifications compared to the prior year. So their teacher pipeline was growing, and they were retaining more teachers in Texas. In Chicago, they started the school year with a 3.3 teacher vacancy rate. And in a report from Chicago Chalkbeat, they said this is a stronger staffing position than they've had in previous years. And throughout this school year, their teacher vacancy rate was going down. So they were hiring teachers throughout the school year. In Washoe, a report by News 4, they reported that Washoe said their teacher turnover rate was lower than the national average. In an article in the 74 Million, which is an online education news site, there was an article by Chad Alderman, who works in the Economics lab at Georgetown University, and he said there is no big quit in K-12 education. In the article, he said, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, while turnover rates are setting new highs in the private sector, they look pretty normal in public education. So we haven't seen any evidence that there is a massive teacher exodus happening nationally across the country. So where does this perception come from? Because if you're like me, you've been hearing that over and over, that there is a massive exodus of teachers. So last year at about this time, the RAND Corporation put out a report based on a survey they did in January and February of last year. And the key finding of that report was that nearly 1 in 4 teachers said they were likely to leave their jobs by the end of the 2020-2021 school year. Now, that never actually happened, but that's what people said they were going to do, but then that's not what they actually did. Now again, because there is no national repository of any of this information, this survey ended up carrying a lot of weight over the last year, and it was just a survey of what people said they were going to do, not what they actually did. And so that news story that used this survey continued to morph over the last year. So here is a headline from CNBC right after kind of the survey came out that essentially said what the survey said, which is 1 in 4 teachers are considering quitting after this past year. And then they cite in the article that their survey data from the nonprofit RAND Corporation suggests now 1 in 4 teachers are considering quitting. Well, by the time the next school year started, this story started to morph. And now we have the headline that again describes the survey, which is, why are so many teachers thinking of quitting? But then when you read the article, they now start implying teachers are actually quitting, right? Teachers aren't the only American workers taking part in the so-called Great Resignation, implying that there is a great exodus of teachers. But the only data that article references is that RAND survey saying people are thinking about quitting. By February, this article from Newsweek says, America's teacher exodus leaves education system in crisis, right? And the data that they cite in the article, again, is that RAND Corporation survey from a year earlier that says people are thinking about quitting. But their headline is, the teacher exodus leaves the education system in crisis. And if you read on in the article, they actually spoke to someone from Fairfax County about the teacher exodus. And that person said, teacher retention rates have held steady and we have not seen a significant attrition rate. We are currently less than 1% shy of being fully staffed. That is the data they actually reference in a headline that was America's teacher exodus leaves education system in crisis. Just last month, The Hill published a story that said, teachers are quitting in droves, appreciate them before they all disappear. Now, in this article, they say data from across the country indicates that teachers are leaving the profession at a faster rate than before. And in the article, the word data is a link. So you can go look at the data that they're referencing. And if you click that data link, it takes you to a story from Denver ABC 7 that says district data suggests teachers are leaving the profession in unprecedented droves, just like the article said. But if you read that article, what it says is, nationwide, there's not a single database that tracks this information. And the one person who they spoke to said, he's not convinced teachers are quitting in unprecedented droves due to the pandemic. Now, the article also went on to say that there were higher vacancy rates in Texas and the rate of retirement in Michigan was up, but retirement rates are not the overall teacher attrition, right? And vacancy rates are not necessarily equal to teacher attrition, right? Especially in this school year. So over the last year, US Ed has dumped hundreds of billions of dollars into education, right? And so in this time period in particular, you could have a whole lot more positions created without the bodies to fill them, increasing your vacancy rate without losing any more teachers. So case in point, in LA Unified in Los Angeles, a report came out from the Partnership for Los Angeles Schools called Closing the Equity Gap in School Staffing. And they said that LA Unified had over $6 billion in state and federal relief funds. And they used part of that money to create 7,000 new positions. Now, in this report, they said, unfortunately, half of these positions remained vacant 3 months into the school year. So this is a case in point where you could have 3,500 new employees while increasing your vacancy rate because you couldn't fill the other 3,500 positions. So the fact that you see vacancy rates going up in and of itself does not tell you anything about whether or not teachers are actually leaving. Now, I can't tell you from this information whether or not LA is experiencing increased teacher attrition, right? But I do know they have higher vacancy rates because they've created more positions. So while we've seen no evidence that there is a massive exodus of teachers during this school year, like what is happening in CCSD, we do see an issue with teacher morale and would expect a higher than average teacher attrition to happen between this school year that's just finishing up and the start of the next school year. So what that means is this will make teacher recruitment more competitive than ever, right? So over the last decade, the teacher pipeline has shrunk by over 30%, right? There's 30% less people completing education preparation programs than there was a decade ago. In Nevada, we rely on over 60% of our teachers to be trained out of state. So as that pipeline's shrinking that we so heavily rely on, and as those other states are also having trouble finding new bodies, whether they have a teacher exodus problem or not, all of this is going to make it more competitive and difficult to find new teachers for the next school year. So the work that lies ahead. So the report that we provided to the committees last year was essentially a snapshot in time on what was happening with Nevada's teacher workforce, what were the class sizes that students were experiencing, and what we're trying to do moving forward is to build systems that allow us to investigate what's happening with class sizes, student experiences, and the teacher workforce in essentially real time. Right? So strategic questions that we would like to be able to answer, almost immediately would be things like, what is happening with Nevada's teacher workforce right now? What are the class sizes our children are experiencing right now? How many students have a long-term sub right now? What does the teacher pipeline look like right now? And what obstacles do we face going forward? So how will we make it a reality that we can essentially answer these questions in real time? Some of the work that we'll be doing for the Department of Education is building the data infrastructure to make this possible, right? So one of the things that we'll be working on is connecting OPAL, which is the teacher licensure system, with Infinite Campus, which is the student information system. So essentially, we can start to say how many students actually have access to a teacher who is a full-time teacher, who's licensed in their subject area, who has experience in that. Right now, without that connection, we can see there's a person's name there, but we have no way to know, is that a long-term sub? Is that a licensed teacher, right? So those questions right now are very difficult to answer in essentially real time. Another thing that we'll be working with the department is to create a statewide course catalog. So essentially right now, every school, district and charter school can use Infinite Campus in the way that they want. And their naming conventions for courses have virtually nothing in common, right? Some schools might even just put the name of the course as the teacher's last name. And so even a simple thing like how many kids are in a math class right now is not something we can just simply answer, right? So creating a statewide course catalog that essentially what we're not attempting to do is to force other places to change their catalog, but rather can we align your courses to this course so we know what is a math course, right? What is an advanced placement course and things like that, so we can start to answer questions about access to different coursework, to teachers' experience in those types of courses and things like that. And then finally, we'll be working to improve data sharing with NSHE. Right, so we've already met with all of the different NSHE organizations to talk to them about this project and things that would be helpful for them, and then also, how do we help the department get information on what is happening with the teacher pipeline? So things that we'll be, working to build into this project to support NSHE, things that they've said that they would like to know, right, is what is happening with people who complete their programs. Like, are they retained in the schools that they stay? Are they retained in the state? What are the things that they're having trouble with so that maybe you can start to adjust your program to prepare people for those first couple years of teaching when we see such high attrition rates. Right, so maybe we hear that it's a classroom management problem, so you're really focusing more on that in the prep program so that people are prepared for the first 2 years. So what some of this work will hopefully allow us to do and to share with other stakeholders is these reports and these charts and these graphs that were essentially a snapshot in time in the first report become essentially live databases. Right, so charts like this where we're trying to look at what are the class sizes our students are experiencing, we could start to look at in almost real time and filter those charts by student demographics or school or subject area or whatever, topic of interest you're interested in kind of investigating. We'll be able to look at things like students' access to experienced teachers. And again, that could be something that you could start to filter out by student demographics or specific subject areas. We'll start to build things that help us kind of predict where we're going to have more demand in the teaching workforce. So what we saw in this chart was essentially what is the attrition rate of teachers by the age of the teacher, right? And so we know that once teachers hit the age of 55, the chances that they're going to be leaving soon accelerate, right? They're approaching retirement age, so more teachers are going to be retiring than maybe teachers in mid-career who are in their early 40s, right? So if we know that there are certain positions where there is an aging staff, well, now we need to communicate to NSHE to say, hey, these are really the areas we suspect we're going to have a lot of demand in the next 5 years, right? So the idea here is to bring clarity to Nevada education's most urgent issues through this work. So that is all I have to share with you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much. I always like when we can look at the question and actually look at the data to see if it supports that. So that's great. Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. And thank you for the presentation. I really do appreciate it. But I do have a couple of questions, and one is based on the data that you stated in the beginning, how you data insight is comparing Texas, Chicago, with the rate of teachers staying there. What I did not see is the why. to bring up that data to say that teachers are staying in Texas at a slower rate than any other place, and Chicago the same difference. Why? Then we can compare it to why we are perhaps in Nevada losing teachers at a high rate. Does your data support that?
For the record, my name is Nathan Trenholm. No, I don't know why. And I also, again, to kind of go back to, those were reports that we could find, right? Again, there is no national repository of this information. And on top of that, there's no qualitative information to support what data we can go out and try and find. So there is definitely a shortage of quality data on the teacher workforce in this country.
Thank you. Follow up? All right, so then with that you presented to us, and we don't know the reason why, Texas or Chicago, so we can't compare those areas of why we have a lack of retention here in Nevada, if we do. Because what I'm surmising from your presentation is that, with all these other articles that came about, that perhaps this is not true, that we, are not having a higher rate of teachers leaving our state. And that is concerning to me because, I'm sure the data shows that these teachers are not coming back. They've handed in their resignations. So I guess my question is, does your data support those findings that you quoted us as saying that the articles are incorrect, perhaps not giving us a full census of what's happening in our state in Nevada?
For the record, my name is Nathan Trenholm. I'm not sure I quite understand your question. The articles that I was referencing was to say, hey, we're seeing a massive exodus of teachers in the Clark County School District. Do we see any evidence that's happening elsewhere, right? That is a national thing that we know is happening. We did not find evidence nationally that is consistently happening around the country. I'm not suggesting that any of the articles we found were, like as far as like what's happening in Texas and what's happening in Chicago, that those are incorrect. The articles that's shaping the national narrative, they're relying on a survey of what people said they were going to do. So what was incorrect there is to assume that survey was data on what people actually did. Right? That survey was not data on what people actually did. That was data on what people were feeling and thinking, right? And so there is, I would say, clearly a teacher morale issue in this country right now, right? And so some of the data that you just saw, I presented to a conference about 4 weeks ago in Boston for Harvard, where there was education researchers and leaders from all over the country. I shared some of the data that was in here, as well as other national data that we saw. And when I shared what was happening in Clark, there was an audible gasp in the room, right? And so there were people from all across the country. And the consensus of that room, again, I don't have data to back this up. I could just tell you the consensus of that room is there is not a national teacher exodus happening right now. There is a national teacher morale problem happening right now. So the kind of purpose there was this survey is shaping a narrative that survey was not meant to support, right? And there is no national data to contradict what people said they were feeling. What data we have is you can try and do Google searches and say, who's reporting this in real time? And that's what brought us to the Texas report. That's what brought us to, Chicago periodically reporting to the media throughout the year what their teacher vacancy rate was. So I hope I got to your question of kind of what the different purposes were of what I was sharing.
Thank you. I understand the different purposes. I just don't want, it seems like you're saying that the media gave misinformation out about the teacher exodus. And that's what my big concern is, that people listening to this may get the impression that we really don't have a teacher shortage in Nevada.
For the record, my name is Nathan Trenholm. We have a teacher shortage in Nevada. If I gave the impression that we don't, I didn't intend to. The issue is, in fact, I'm actually trying to relay the opposite, right? There are people who are saying, this is a national problem. There's nothing we can do about this. It's all the pandemic. And I'm saying, no, we have a problem here, right? This is a problem we need to deal with, and we're not seeing it at the scale of what's happening. It could possibly be happening elsewhere. We just haven't found the evidence yet. We have the evidence. It exists and is happening here right now.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. I pulled out your first flyer or not presentation that shows that we have a teacher shortage and it's a problem. And then I appreciated you kind of going down the rabbit hole and very channeling your inner John Oliver, I sort of felt like. So thank you for that. My question is, obviously, we want to know why. We know it's a morale. Are you suggesting, or has there been I watch as much as I can of the Clark County School District trustees. Have they talked about exit interviews? Are we capturing that? Why? I say it anecdotally, we know it's a morale, but I've always been under the impression, and I think it's the correct impression, I haven't sourced my data, but that most people will, if they're appreciated, even if salaries are lower, if they feel appreciated in their job, that they'll stay. So I guess, we hear all the time, it's salaries, it's salaries, it's salaries. I don't know a single teacher who does what they do for their salary. And all the teachers I know, with the exception of very few, are dedicated, are there for the kids, are there for the right reasons. So does that kind of went all over the place, but thank you. And anyone who doubts that we have a teacher shortage, it's right there. Thanks.
So for the record, my name is Nathan Trenholm. So I can't tell you exactly why, right? And so what I can tell you from the reports that we pulled from the board docs over the last decade is, in those reports, what it lists is the teacher's name, where they worked, what their position was, when they started, when their end date is, and their reason for leaving. And so in their reason for leaving, there might be 15 to 20 options that they may be choosing from. And so it could be they're going to work in another district, it could be retirement, it could be they're dissatisfied with the district. So we don't have very granular information from that to tease apart. But I can tell you that the number of teachers who are leaving because they're dissatisfied with the district is way above what it historically has been, like way, way above. And then there's also teachers who have left to go work in other districts has spiked up, retirements is up. But as far as kind of getting to the granularity of action, we don't have that information from those reports.
All right, so we've got Assemblyman Miller, and then we will go to Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Thank you for your presentation. This is where I have to take a deep breath in a moment, because since I came into the Assembly when I was first elected in 2016, this has been an alarm that I've been trying to set off the entire time, that we will run out of teachers. There will not be enough teachers, and that we will lose them. And you heard me today say there is no pipeline. The only correction I'd make to what you said about not having enough qualitative information about why teachers are leaving, there's about 40,000 people in the state that are happy to tell you exactly why, or why they're thinking about leaving, and I think you know that and appreciate that. Another alarm I've been trying to ring since I came into the Assembly is about class size. And even the very first page of this pamphlet with the class size recommendations came from a bill I wrote my first year, because I think you know, but I'm also a Clark County school teacher. And so coming in and realizing that one of the first issues is we didn't even have recommendations in the books of what a class size should be. So that's why when there were classes of 50, 60 kids, there was no parameters to say, oh, this is a problem. I'm grateful that finally there's going to be some work around some of the other class size bills that have passed in 2019. AB 304 required school districts to publish the actual class size numbers per class, which never happened. Because as you know, we look at class size averages and it gives an average, but it doesn't say that your child's in that class with 40 or 50 students. It also required that, because we know with class size reduction, that schools could approach the Board of Education and ask for class size waivers. And even though they had discussed it as well, those things had been rubber stamped. That bill also enabled them to require that school districts include a plan of action on how they will deal with their class sizes, not just an automatic waiver. Last session in 2021, AB 266, also because I see it in your materials as well, that jobs should be, well, not exactly, but the law says that jobs should really be posted based on what's needed that would apply with those class size recommendations. So even when, that's why there's a difference between you say, oh, we're saying that there probably should be 10,000 more teachers, not just these numbers, because again, if you have the largest class sizes in the country, knowing that you'll put 40, 50 students in there is a problem. Also, the way that class size should be figured out, not including all licensed teachers, but just the actual classroom teachers, as well as, and I saw you referenced it in here, the link that one district put in to comply with AB 266 that isn't really robust or full compliance, because it's just a link of, again, we need to know how many classes are being led by full-time subs covering vacancies and ARLs as opposed to licensed teachers. And that data, I just looked it up, it hasn't even been updated since the beginning of the year, and we know that's changed, nor did it say which subjects, which classes, which schools, which students were impacted. This has been an ongoing problem. It's not new, it's getting worse. So I guess my question to you is, because there also are attempts, and again, I'm glad to hear that you're working with Infinite Campus to do some structural things around that. But when you're looking at it, because we know it's not just salary, it's also working conditions. We know it's not recruitment, it's retention. Has there been any considerations or any thought given to how these things are impacted when there's actually policy changes or laws made that aren't fully robustly implemented by either the districts, the schools, or even the department?
For the record, my name is Nathan Trenholm. So I'm not sure I quite understand the question, but a purpose of this would be to get to the answers to the questions you're asking, right? The report that CCSD has put up that I think you're referencing right? There's a whole law like that they're supposed to report how many actual long-term subs do they have, and they have a report on their website that says whatever the bill is, right? Like AB
266, yeah, like it's just a
266,
number.
and then it just says 469, right? And that is not helpful to anybody, right? Like, we don't know what that, like, was that a specific day? Was that how many worked at any point during the year? Is that high schools? Is that predominantly elementary schools? Is that predominantly special education? We have no idea, right? And so there is kind of the intent, right, of these laws where we need information that can inform us in, like, are the actions we're taking to improve the experience of our students and our children, right? Are the actions we're taking actually improving those experiences, right? That's what we care about. We don't actually care about the number that they can aggregate and put 465, right? And so the idea here is to get to the intent, right? Who is being impacted by this? How are they being impacted by this, right? So is it the access to the teachers? Is it the class size in which they're sitting sharing the teacher? And as we implement different programs, are we seeing the metrics change the way we intend them to, right? So whether it's, something to try and recruit teachers, maybe you're doing something to forgive loans for teachers, like, are we actually seeing more people apply? If you're doing something to increase morale, are we actually seeing, the percent of teachers who move schools or leave the profession, are we seeing that drop, right? And where are we seeing it drop? And where are we seeing it drop the most significantly? So if I understand kind of the questions correctly, right, like, the intent of this project is exactly to get to the point of, like, are we providing information that actually informs and promotes discussion on, do we have clarity on where we're trying to go, and are we making progress to get there? Because so many of the reports, which you've already alluded to, right, like average class size, where, okay, we just took the number of licensed people we employed, we took the number of students we have enrolled, it's 21. Right, like, all right, I don't know what that means, right? You could simultaneously improve that metric, or that metric could get worse, and the experience of students could change, could not go in the same direction. So, for example, right, like, you could have a grade level with 100 students and 4 teachers, and on average, everyone has a class size of 25. Well, if it turns out you're going to make a self-contained class with 3 students, now the other 3 teachers are splitting 97 students. And all of a sudden, that 25 to 1 is actually what kids are experiencing 33 to 1, right? And so the reality of the experience can be completely different from some reported metric where someone's trying to be in compliance by giving you a number. What we're trying to do with this is say, what are kids actually experiencing? And are we improving those experiences? Is that helpful?
Follow up, Chair. Yes, and thank you for that, because that's exactly why those requirements are in there to get to the actual real, the reality of what's happening when we know it's opposite, when parents and students and educators are looking at the data and they're going, this is not at all what's occurring. But you're absolutely right. It's about quality, because it also depends on, you can go right next door to a different classroom depending on the makeup of that classroom. It's not just about the numbers, absolutely. And I'd also like to say that it's not just Clark County, because Washoe also has, it may not be as extreme, the class sizes may not be as extreme, but also still outside of those ideal ratios. Our rural districts have a easier time in most cases just because of less students, but they can also experience that as well if they have a staffing issue. So I guess my last and final question, I don't want to take up all the time, but when it comes to the work that you're prepared to do, that I would just really ask that you keep educators at the center of this work, because one of the biggest issues in education is that we're not listening to the actual licensed, skilled, experienced experts in the field. And, the people that are trained and skilled and experienced in it and doing it every day really have not just the insight, but often the solutions. I tell people regularly when people are like, oh, we don't know what to do, we don't want to know what to do. I'm like, you can literally walk into any teacher's lounge in any school because that's all they're ever talking about is what we can do to improve things. So I just would hope that you keep Nevada educators that are currently still there, in the field at the center and make sure they have some role in this work.
All right, let's go to Senator Buck.
Hi, Nathan. Thank you so much for your presentation today. It sounds to me, at least from what I can allude, is that the RAND survey was completed by CCSD teachers because they actually are leaving and following through with that. I'm just wondering, as far as these exit surveys, is it possible to do exit surveys through the Department of Education because they have the list of teachers, their emails and that, in which we can get accurate information on why teachers are leaving in our state? Exit surveys would allude to maybe, is it discipline issues, increased behaviors, teachers aren't feeling safe? Was it the vaccination mandate where that threw medical freedom out the window for our licensed staff and licensed educators? Also, if it is class sizes, is there any information on what Florida has done in ensuring that there are lower class sizes in core coursework and how that's increased student achievement? If it's salaries, is there any information on an analysis across the country from cost of living to teacher salary across the country? Maybe that is something that we could look at too.
For the record, my name is Nathan Trenholm. So to the exit survey, the Department of Education is, from my understanding, they have just completed the creation of an exit survey. And I think that now they're in kind of the planning phases of how they're going to roll it out and execute it. So she may be able to speak more to that.
Thanks, Jessica Todman, for the record, and my apologies for having to step away. Yes, that is accurate. And just as a preview, the Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force will also be sharing some recommendations and work we've been doing around morale survey, right? Because to Assemblymember Miller's point, there's a big difference between once you're already gone and how we could keep you while you're still here. So we're looking at both avenues of work because we think they're both equally important to retention and to improving the climate.
All right, any follow-ups? No? Okay, let's go up north. Anybody up north wishing to ask questions? Okay, not hearing from you guys. Okay, a lot of information. We appreciate your report today. Thank you for being here with us. Okay. Okay, we are now going to move on to item number 9, presentation of the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force, TTRA, the 2022 report and recommendations. I believe we have Tammy Smithberg, the chair, here with us. Or she have no. Oh, okay. And Carson, I see the reflection off the plexiglass.
For the record, I am Tammy Smithberg. Good morning, Chair Dennis. Well, actually, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Bilbroy, Axelrod, and honorable members of the Interim Legislative Committee of Education. I am Tammy Smithberg, Chair of Nevada for the State Teacher Recruitment Retention Advisory Task Force, and I'm a representative of the Elko County School District. The task force members are honored to have been provided the opportunity to engage in this work and to share our findings and our recommendations with you today. Today I'm going to be sharing a presentation that provides an overview of the recommendations developed by the task force since our last presentation in 2020. Over the past year and a half, the task force has worked closely with a variety of educational stakeholders, experts, the Nevada Department of Education team to create the very robust report you have today. The report contains the details and data on each recommendation, and I will refer to it throughout today's presentation. As you may know, the task force began with the passage of AB 276 during the 2019 legislative session. We were tasked with addressing the challenges of attracting and retaining teachers in the state of Nevada. Each even number year, we present a recommendation to you. The task force responsibilities are outlined in NRS 391.496, and we are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the 2022 report, and we'll be providing the updated report to the Legislative Council Bureau in February of 2023. This slide shows the requirements to become one of the 20 members of our task force. We have 7 members that have returned for another term and 13 new members as our appointments for this year. The group is diverse and includes members with a wide range of experience levels, grade levels, and subjects taught. Each district is represented per statute. We have 3 from Clark, 2 from Washoe, and 1 from each of the other counties. Task Force met several times since February of 2021 to review the data and research and begin developing our recommendations. We knew that higher education educators, district HR personnel, and principals and teachers had developed work groups to address the challenges related to both recruitment and retention, and asked that they share their recommendations with us for their consideration. We accepted their recommendations, and we worked to refine them and combine them where they were able to overlap. The task force members also formally adopted each recommendation before you today. It's good to know that many of the recommendations we had already developed and were in alignment with what our partner groups were also recommending. In the appendices of the report, you can review the recommendations that came from each of the group in detail. This slide provides an overview of the report's contents. We organized the report to help the readers easily navigate this information. A simple list of recommendations in alphabetical order by focus areas start on page 6. There are links within the document. If you click on the link of the recommendation, it will advance you to the full details in the report. All recommendations are numbered and sorted in alphabetical order. That way they are presented should not be construed as prioritization. This slide shows the anatomy of each recommendation. The task force would welcome the opportunity to work with you to develop more detailed costs, goals, and objectives for any of your recommendations you may be interested in advancing during the 2023 session. I want to highlight that each recommendation contains a link to a shared Google Doc folder, which you can find with relevant news articles, research, and data to support all of our findings. I will now share a brief summary of the recommendations by focus area. Please note that the details for all of these recommendations are found in your report. The data focus area consists of 4 recommendations that will either provide workforce data or ensure readily available data for legislators, NDE, districts, schools, and other educational stakeholders to use and to make informed decisions to positively impact teacher recruitment and retention. The details of each of these recommendations can be found on pages 8 through 10 of the report. Retention cannot be effectively addressed without knowing why the educators are leaving, and the recommendation is to provide funding for NDE to contract with a third party to develop, implement, and analyze the results to teachers when exiting their school, district, and or state, regardless of the reason of the exit. We were encouraged to see a legislative proposal for a statewide exit survey through Assembly Bill 418 during the last session, though it did not pass. This year's report includes additional details and clarification about this exit survey. We would like to continue to be actively involved in this process. The next recommendation is a study of educator workload. The recommendation is to commission a study to evaluate educator workload, including statutory and regulatory requirements. The task force believes that employee satisfaction is hindered by fatigue and excessive workloads. The study would provide clear information on the redundant requirements within statutes, regulations, and policies to reveal the true status of an educator workload in all Nevada districts and charter schools to guide the necessary changes to reduce the unnecessary workload. Such changes would enhance employee satisfaction and promote retention. Recommendation number 3 is about the need of a workforce data portal. The The recommendation is that the legislator would invest funding to sustain the educator workforce supply and demand portal currently being developed using federal relief funds. Easy access to accurate, up-to-date data will improve the ability for NDE, NSHE, the legislators, schools, districts, teacher candidates, and educators to understand the challenges and opportunities related to Nevada's educator workforce and make decisions accordingly. Funding will be used to support the ongoing development and training for a number of the data portals. The next recommendation is about working conditions. The Working Conditions Survey was recommended in 2021. The recommendation this year is to actually allocate funding for NDE to contract with a third party to develop, implement, and analyze a statewide working conditions survey to current employees. The 2022 task force reiterates that we are not only needing to understand why teachers leave, but waiting to find out why they are exited, it's too late. As a state, we need to take a proactive measure to gather the data to prevent the teacher loss. Some of you may be thinking, but don't we already have a climate survey? Why do we need a working survey? Well, actually, the task force, we asked these questions as well. And we did a crosswalk between Nevada School Climate Survey and those found in the North Carolina Working Conditions Survey. We found actually only a few questions about a teacher working condition are even included in a school climate survey at this time. A climate survey addresses topics including physical and emotional safety, relationships, cultural and linguistic competence. A working survey includes topics such as administrative support, time spent on our job-related tasks, quality of facilities and resources, and access to relevant professional training. They measure two very different sets of perceptions. A valid and reliable teaching working conditions survey implemented every other year can actually provide a complete understanding of how teacher working conditions affect student achievement and teacher retention. In order to ensure that every educator has supportive environment necessary to help our students achieve, we need to know what are those working conditions actually are. Recommendation 5 and 6 can be found on pages 10 and 11 of the report. The next focus area is messaging, branding, and transparency. The recommendation is to allocate additional funds to NDE and districts for frequent public branding messaging that promotes recruitment and retention of educators via advertisement with social media, news outlets, etc. Task Force is again recommending that as a state we make a perception of teaching profession a priority. Consistent positive branding and messaging favorably impacts public perception and will help all Nevada districts to attract top talent. These funds would be used to support the creation of professional quality videos, public service announcements, and social media posts to promote recruitment and retention in Nevada. The other recommendation in this focus area is the Nevada Aspiring Educators Initiative. The recommendation is that the legislator would invest in a series of events and supports for aspiring educators, specifically pre-service educators or potential future educators. This is distinct from the current mission of the Nevada Department of Education, districts and schools, and institutions of higher education as it focuses on those that are not already enrolled in the preparation program or those who do not already hold a license who would benefit from a tailored information and mentorship as they consider pathways to careers in education. When someone's considering a teaching as a career and researching which path is best for them in Nevada, the task is actually really daunting with multiple groups, programs, and services to actually navigate through. A single hotline for support where future teachers can call to have all their questions answered, from financial aid to course load, from certification requirements to resume assistance. This would significantly help candidates navigate becoming a teacher in our state. Our next focus area is removing barriers. All the recommendations in this group aim to address barriers to entering the profession that we know from available quantitative and anecdotal data and are affecting our workforce. Recommendations 7 through 11 can be found on pages 12 through 16 of our report. Recommendation number 7 is to allocate funding for the Department of Public Safety to support prioritization of public background checks for educator licensure. The next recommendation is that the legislator would invest through an increase of funding to education to support the initiatives and programs that are currently being funded through the state and with federal ESSER funds, which include but are not limited to support for tuition scholarships, clinical experience stipends, and other costs related to education preparation, which may include the cost of assessments required for licensure. The cost of tuition is increasing and is a barrier into getting high-quality, diverse candidates into educator preparation programs. The proposed solution is to continue to support the state-funded programs such as Teach Nevada scholarships and provide ongoing support for ESSER fund initiatives like the Incentivizing Pathways for Teaching. Recommendation number 9 is to provide funding to create and manage a zero-interest loan for in-state tuition for teacher preparation programs. This recommendation actually addresses the need to increase the number of students enrolling in the education preparation programs. The legislator would create a zero-interest loan program for students to attend an in-state teacher preparation program to be paid back by teaching at a public school in Nevada. For each year the teacher stays in the classroom, a portion of the loan is actually forgiven. Should the teacher leave before full repayment, they would owe the remaining balance, but at zero interest. This should not be confused with recommendation number 12, which addresses the student loans already being paid by current classroom teachers. Another perceived barrier is actually the Praxis Core Academic Skills for Educators test. The recommendation is to address this is the legislator would not they should commission and fund a study of Nevada's licensure requirements, including the Praxis Core Academic Skills for Educators, to identify whether it's a barrier to locally growing a more diverse educator workforce and to ensure the competency requirements are reasonable indicators for candidates' future effectiveness as an educator. We do want you to know the task force doesn't want this test to just be removed as a requirement at this time. We feel strongly that teacher quality expectations needs to be maintained. However, there is enough anecdotal evidence to suggest that this test may actually be a barrier to licensure. The study is needed if Nevada is to make an informed decision regarding this exam. The cost and availability of housing has been discussed often in our task force meetings. Our recommendation is for the legislator to provide state general funds to supplement the current funding structure to support the Home is Possible for Teachers program. The Home is Possible for Teachers program does not currently receive any state dollars. They are fully fee funded, which limits the program's ability to impact educators on the larger scale. Providing dedicated funds will allow the Nevada Housing Division to not only increase the zero-interest loan amount for down payment assistance, but will also increase the number of teachers they can actually award to. The next focus area found on page 16 and 17 of our report is all about salary, compensation, and benefits. Recommendation number 12 is providing funding outside the general fund to create and manage a student loan forgiveness reimbursement program for teachers after they've taught at least 5 years in a public school classroom in Nevada and who continue to teach in classrooms in Nevada. This loan forgiveness program would be dedicated to state grant funds to reimburse currently employed public school teachers for payments made on student loans. The task force recommends setting a yearly maximum per teacher amount in conjunction with a lifetime cap on funds for each teacher so that of what they could receive. This is different from recommendation number 9, as this is for those already teaching. An additional solution could positively impact both recruitment and retention is actually to increase our PERS benefits. The official recommendation is actually to implement PERS incentives such as, but not limited to, 90% after 30 years of service. This would equalize the benefits for all educators. One of the ways to potentially address the intent behind this recommendation is to increase the multiplier used to calculate benefits and make the years of service requirements the same for all educators. Currently, there's actually 3 different sets of benefit rules. For example, for the members enrolled prior to 2010, the multiplier is actually 2.5. For years prior to 2001, after 2001, the multiplier is then 2.67. For members enrolled between 2010 and 2015, the multiplier is 2.5. But for members enrolled after July 1st of 2015, the multiplier goes down to 2.25. The task force realized that this is a very complex issue and would look forward to a further communication and conversation regarding this recommendation. The last recommendation in this focus area is to allocate additional funds to implement a statewide minimum salary scale for licensed teachers to include an annual cost of living adjustment in line with the cost of living indices. The purpose of this recommendation is to increase teacher salaries and to ensure that teacher standard of living is maintained or improved. The data included with this recommendation shows the continued decline in Nevada teacher salary compared to other states when adjusted for the cost of living and regional inflation. Nevada started out ranked number 8 in the nation for teacher salaries in 1970, and now we're in 2021, we were ranked number 40. This means that a teacher in 1970 had a much higher standard of living and purchasing power than a teacher in 2021. Nevada's teacher salaries have not kept pace with the cost of living. The last focus area for recommendation is the strategic use of funds. This can be found on pages 18 through 21 of our report. One could argue that all the recommendations are about the strategic use of funds. However, recommendation number 15 is that the legislature should invest in expanding the ability of CTE teaching and training programs in Nevada's high schools, including covering dual enrollment tuition for students and potential staff support at NSHE institutions to sustain partnerships related to the program about expanding Nevada's Grow Your Own program. This is crucial to increasing the number of students entering and graduating from teacher prep programs. If Nevada is going to have a diverse educator workforce that meets the demands of our student population, we need to actively recruit our own students to the profession by supporting and increasing access to teacher training and career and technical educational programs. Number 16 was actually recommended by all the stakeholder groups. It's a compilation of solutions to recruitment and retention that needs to be adequately funded and flexible depending on the needs of each individual district. The recommendation is to increase the allocation of funding to education and prioritize the use of the funds. For administrator professional learning, to provide targeted training for administrators and building systemic support for educator efficacy and increasing job satisfaction. The hiring educators and specialists to provide essential wraparound services to students. To develop or sustain mentor programs in which experienced teachers build the skill development of inexperienced teachers and their own leadership skills in the process. To support district-led affordable housing rental assistance to educators. To support district-led recruitment and retention efforts that would include additional personnel or other resources to help build district capacity to effectively recruit, retain teachers, and support educator pipeline, retention incentives, career ladder options, and other resources. The task force wants to thank the numerous presenters and content experts, work groups, NDE, and WestEd. We stand ready to assist in the implementation of any or all of these recommendations and look forward to collaborating to positively impact the recruitment and retention of teachers in Nevada. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions. We also have staff from NDE to help answer questions as well.
Great, thank you. A lot of information, a lot of suggestions. Any questions? Yes, Councilwoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chair of our Nevada State Recruitment and Retention Task Force. Outstanding presentation. Thank you so much. I am very impressed with especially this just really being the second cycle of the task force, but really impressed with the work and just what you all came up with. Again, that's why I support having educators at the center of coming up with the solutions, because you are the experts. Excellent work. My question, I have a couple questions, just wondering, because I wasn't able to participate in any of the meetings this cycle, is one, if the issue of licensure fees came up. So not just the testing and requirements for educators to obtain their license, but the fees, because I started doing some research lately and saw that educator fees compared to other professional licensing fees in the state, again, a little out of whack when it comes to other professions where the professionals even make more money than teachers. So I was wondering if the license fees ever came up, and also with because even going back to what one of my colleagues said earlier about it's not always teacher pay, we know it's teacher working conditions and workload, and of course, teacher working conditions are students' learning conditions. So with the survey or work you plan to do around teacher workload, and you talked about redundancy, but will there be a specific focus to, because I know myself as an educator, I could give you a list right now of at least 20 things that have absolutely nothing to do to enhance or improve student academic or social development, but is required. So will there be a focus and an emphasis on those things that not only are redundant, but absolutely have no impact on students' academic or social learning or development?
This is Tammy Smithberg for the record. Working conditions survey, to answer that question, the focus was class size, PDs, how well our schools are looking. Working conditions survey, we were talking about feelings, opinions, perceptions. So I would hope that we would be able to nail some of that down as well. And then to answer your question about the price of licensure, yes, it was bounced around and talked about in several of our meetings.
Follow-up, Chair? Yeah. And so it was discussed, but just not consensus to present it as a recommendation? Okay, thank you. For those who can't hear, the chair is nodding her head and giving us a thumbs up. So, okay, it just...
This is Tammy Smithberg again. To clarify, we talked about it. We all agree that it's something that needs to be looked at, and we wanted to start somewhere.
Thank you.
Other questions? About up north, anybody?
This is Senator Don Darrell Loop. May I make a comment?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And it really is a comment. Thank you so much for this work, because being someone who spent 30 years as an educator, some of these things have, and ideas have actually been around, right, for a long time. And they weren't acted upon for lots of reasons, sometimes good reasons, sometimes reasons that, weren't so great, but we do know that it's impacted. We also know that, in my experience, that teachers who are listened to and valued with these suggestions are more likely to stay, right? And so when you talked about, and I agree with the Assemblywoman, when you start talking about how much schooling you have to have, and I was kind of under another system other than what's going on now, and you could not make a dime more really unless you had your master's, and then you had to have your master's to do another master's, right? And so it went on and on and on, and there are many, many jobs that never require one more degree, and yet their pay is commensurate upon their performance or upon their, workload or whatever it may be that they have there. So I think all of this is really important and really a good start. And so thank you so much, and to your group that worked on this. It's with much appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else up there?
Yes, Chair. Assemblywoman Hanson.
Yes, go.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you for being here. Wow, a lot of work, and greatly appreciate the information. Couple of things. You cited the teacher pay stat nationally, and I'm sorry, I don't know if it was footnoted. Can you tell me where that came from? I was just looking at some of my own, and I just wanted to make sure I've got the right one.
This is Tammy Smithberg for the record, and I do have NDE with me. I don't remember what page that is. Can Miss Collins or Miss Charles help me, please?
Kathleen Gallen Collins for the record. Yes, the NDE, we do have that. It is in the appendix of the presentation. There are a couple slides and we do say where that information comes from. I'm trying to pull that up and read that off to you, but I don't see it at the moment. But it's in the appendix of the actual presentation. There's 2 slides there at the end that give you the data limitations and tell you where that information comes from. Whoops. It's from national studies on average teacher salaries from across the nation. And then what we did is we adjusted those salaries and ranked them by cost of living and with inflation, and came up with that ranking from 8th to 40th, I believe it was.
Okay, thank you. And
And
yes,
that's
I see
national
the appendix, so I appreciate that because I didn't pay attention to that at first. Yeah, because I had looked, National Education Association said 2021 that average starting pay was, we were 21st in the nation, and on average, we were 27th. So I was distressed when I heard we're in the 40th. Now, granted, I so appreciate what teachers do, and that seems low to me. So, but with that being said, I also did notice the teacher pay gap that was cited in the National Education Association stats said that it's like 83 cents on the teacher pay gap compared to other college-educated professionals. This is, I think, what distresses me, and I'm curious how, if you have a feel or a pulse from teachers, and we have some wonderful ones here that serve on this committee that I have great respect for, so maybe we could get some feedback from them as well. I am distressed that other college-educated professionals make more, that the gap is significant, and then yet it seems like in our state, and it's probably very similar in other states, in order to make more, you've got to further your education, which again costs more money to do. And so I'm going to bring up the M word, merit pay. Wondering how our teachers themselves feel about, we own a private business, and my plumbers don't all make the same wage. And I'm wondering, do we at some point look at that these teachers, we do pay them more if they get more education, but do we pay them more for other things? Do we compensate them? I know I have daughters who are nurses, and they get certain amounts of incentives to work graveyard shifts or take on some other additional things that are more of a challenge. I have a son in the military. He gets combat pay. Have we, and I'm sure you've done this, I've only been here since 2019. At what point do we start to say, okay, our teachers are up against these sorts of things, and they kind of almost max out? I have a relative who teaches in the Clark County School District at an at-risk school that's been there for years, and she does a wonderful job, but she kind of maxes out. At some point, do we visit this? And again, I'd like to hear what the teachers think about the idea of merit pay. Because not all teachers are the same, just as all plumbers are not the same. Not all, everybody's different. Some people put more effort into their work. Some have conditions that are different. So thank you for that.
This is Tammy Smithberg for the record, and what I've heard in my district and what I've experienced, I can't speak for all teachers, but what I have heard and what I've experienced is we see a lot of, here's $5,000 or $10,000 for new teachers, yet you have these teachers who sit here and they don't get the 5,000 or 10, yet they're there year after year. Our principal just retired, 34 years. She had been at one school. She started as a teacher and worked all the way up. I don't really know how merit pay would work, but I do know that a lot of the incentives and stuff are always like, let's throw them at the new teachers. And sometimes I think we need to throw them at the teachers that have been there.
Thank you for that, and I completely agree. And that's why I guess and this is more rhetorical, what is the pushback on us paying teachers by merit? And maybe we can get the answer today, maybe we don't, but I certainly do think it's worth visiting as an option.
This is Tammy Smithberg for the record, and again, just experience of my own. But I think what it comes down to is the evaluation and the evaluator, and who's going to get it. And yes, the evaluation has been built by NDE and Nevada Ready, but it still can be one-sided. Or if maybe you and your administrator have a tiff, or maybe you had a bad day. It's all based on one, and I think that's the issue.
Okay, thank you. That's fair. So it's the main concern would be it's too subjective then. Okay, well, thank you so much for letting me think out loud.
Okay. Yes, Senator Buck.
Thank you so much, Chair Dennis. A lot of the recommendations of the committee are valid, being an educator myself. I think sometimes we fall shy in training teachers in what the actual benefit is with the PERS system, that we have one of the best retirement systems in the country. When we are able to retire after 35 years or 30 years or 25 if you buy out 5, those that can. And I think we don't do the best with educating our educators, and especially the ones coming in or those that are maybe in the 10, 15, 20 range of years, in saying that, hey, you hold on a little bit longer and you get this. And it's at the expense of already 29.75% employer paid, state taxpayer paid. So I'm just wondering if there's been any talk about, letting and informing teachers of this amazing benefit, educators of this amazing benefit that we have in this state, that states like Tennessee, there's so many that don't have that to this level.
Tammy Smithberg for the record. I'm not quite sure what the question is.
I'm just wondering, have we spent a little time educating what currently we have as a benefit?
Again, Tammy Smithberg for the record, and again, I can only speak on what I've experienced at my district, but they bring in per representatives and they talk to us. You actually have to sign a paper saying what day you're talking to them, so I think so.
Because it's 29.75% per employee, so that means that, if I make, say, $100,000, I get another $29,000 that is potentially going into an account that I'm going to later be able to collect in. So that information is just so valuable to teachers. And I think that oftentimes we aren't the best in our districts and in our schools at educating staff about this tremendous benefit that we are able to benefit from.
Thank you. And that's interesting. My wife's a teacher, and she was listening to a Zoom thing that was talking about the PERS retirement, and I agree. I think that's something that if they really realized that benefit, I think that's something that we have that a lot of states don't have. But I think the unfortunate thing is when they're brand new, and that's when you're trying to recruit people, they don't really think about that. And that's the unfortunate thing. They don't think about the benefit that they're going to get later on. And but as they get late, when you talk to people that have retired, they talk about how great it is. So if we could figure out a way to do that, I think that would give us something that other people don't have. Okay, so any other questions? I appreciate, especially as a legislator, I appreciate a list of recommendations from people that are doing this stuff, right? Because we a lot of times go to different meetings and people talk about all kinds of things, but they don't give us real specific things. So thank you so much for this great work. There's some amazing things on here. And I know that we've got legislators here that are listening and also looking for things that we can do to make education better. So thank you for bringing those forward. If we don't have anything else, thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to move now to agenda item number 10, presentation concerning the roles and challenges of school counselors. And we have Keely Killian, who I believe is connected via Zoom, if I'm correct.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You're really soft. Keep talking. Let me see if I can hear it better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hold on. How about now?
Oh, and there's your picture.
So I'm going to share the PowerPoint that's in front of you, and let me know if you can't see the slideshow.
Okay, is that soft? Too soft? Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe BPS can boost her volume just a little bit. She's a little soft.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you. It was just a little soft, so that's fine.
Okay. I'll try to speak loud. How's that?
Yeah, and I think they just turned your volume up, so I think you're even louder now, so.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Keely Killian. I am the current Governmental Affairs Chair for Nevada School Counselor Association, member, past president, and I also work in the school counseling department for Washoe County. My colleague, friend, and partner in crime, Kristen Barnson from Clark County School District could not be here. So I'm going to quickly go through this presentation, and then I hope we can have a discussion on just some of the challenges that we've been facing this year. So quick review of the mental wellness and how school counselors impact that for students. What we've been working on, I think all educators, is relationships, especially during COVID and post, when kids have been back in school. This has been extremely important because they've had so many challenges. There's a really kind of famous quote from Bruce Perry, who is a leading trauma expert, that says, "The best intervention for trauma is anything that increases the strength and number of relationships in a child's life." So our school counselors have been working really hard on this these past few years. We also have been working on this hierarchy of needs. So our students, as many of you know, have been through so many challenges with their families related to health and economic hardship, just their basic needs being met. And so school counselors have worked kind of on this bottom part of the hierarchy of needs to provide some of the, meet some of the basic needs to help families. And then we move into safety and belonging so that they can be successful in school. And this really has come to light these past few years because before we didn't have some of these challenges that we've seen during the pandemic. School counselors are part of a larger group. So we are school-based mental health professionals. We work with school counselors, school psychologists, and safe school professionals. And we all have roles and responsibilities related to supporting students. I do want to point out and thank Senator John Darrell Loop. In July 2019, we passed SB 319 that really helped to define the role and responsibilities of school psychologists, school counselors, and school social workers. So just a couple bullet points to review what we do as school counselors related to mental health. We work in 3 domains. And so just as a reminder, we promote academic, career, social, emotional success for all students. We deliver instruction that promotes positive and healthy behaviors. So things like prevention lessons, coping strategies, conflict resolution. We provide appraisal and advisement. So helping to address their academic, career, social, emotional needs, things like goal setting. We also work towards recognizing and teaching recognition of, some of the warning signs related to mental health challenges, mood changes, changes in school performance, attendance, increased discipline concerns. And then we provide short-term counseling and crisis intervention. We do focus on mental health and situational concerns. So this is, that list is long, but things like grief and difficult transitions to help support students. Just a little bit of information on what does it take to become a school counselor? So we have a minimum of a master's degree in school counseling. For example, the current program at the universities is you need 3 years to get through the master's program, and that is full-time, like no breaks. So it's quite robust. We also have specialty training in education and mental health. We do work in a multi-tiered system of support to meet academic, career, social, emotional, and mental health needs of all students. And then we implement comprehensive counseling programs to meet the needs of all students. And this is unique to school counselors. So part of our training and building comprehensive programs is that we build programs for all students. And this is different than a lot of other school mental health professionals. So it's kind of a big job. And we have standards and competencies to help us do that. This is an example of our multi-tiered system of support framework. So at the bottom, you can see our domains that we work under: academic, college, career, social, emotional. And within social emotional is where we would also work for improving and working with students with mental health. So imagine all kinds of students and what their needs are, and trying to meet those needs within this tiered system of support. So the first tier, we're trying to provide some core foundational instruction, prevention programs. And then as we use data and other information, we move up to decide, which students are getting, which supports. Just a little bit about comprehensive school counseling programs. These are data-driven programs, and they're based on the American School Counseling Association national model. So we have standards that we use. They're called mindsets and behaviors. We have a very robust school counselor evaluation based on the framework, the national model. And some of the things that we try to accomplish are ensuring equitable access to rigorous education for all students. That includes developmentally appropriate curriculum. We use our standards within that. And one of the goals too is trying to close achievement and opportunity gaps. We look at data to make decisions, and we always try to improve student achievement, attendance, and discipline. So some of the other things that we do related to mental health is we provide a lot of referrals to our community resources and agencies where we can't provide some of those services. So we always help to do a warm handoff and bridge those supports for our families. We really try to work with students and families on an individual level to see what they need, what can they access, and how to best help them get there. We also provide training to assist teachers, administrators, families, community stakeholders about mental health concerns and challenges, and provide resources and information. So working with our stakeholders hand in hand. And then we advocate, collaborate, and coordinate with school and community stakeholders to connect the students and families to mental health services. So we work under two kind of umbrellas. We have direct services and indirect services. So our direct services are instruction in the classroom. We do facilitate small group interventions, one-on-one counseling, short-term counseling, appraisal, and advisement. So again, kind of the large group to smaller group to an individual service. And then our indirect services are collaborating and consulting with our teachers, administrators, family, community agencies to support student success. And then these are just some slides on different district resources. I'll just get through these quickly. So we've done a lot of work in different counties. I did put up some national resources for school mental health. So these are really, really important to us. We work with the American School Counselor Association. We also work with the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center. They have actually provided training and supports for our school counselors through our conferences and with the Department of Education. And then we also receive supports from the National Center for School Mental Health. So that is kind of, I wanted to get through that quickly because I know you've been here a really long time. And we have had a tremendous amount of support, I believe, from our legislators. Especially, I wanted to give a shout out to Senator Dondero Loop, who has been our biggest advocate for school mental health and school counseling. She has helped us pass much legislation related to reducing ratios, defining roles and responsibilities. The Department of Education has also adopted ratios for school mental health professionals. So we have a lot of really great things that have happened in the past few years. And we have also experienced many of the challenges that I think you have heard and will be hearing from educators just around being able to provide supports. I'm going to try to stop sharing here. So a little bit about some of the challenges that we have faced this year. Counselors have not been able to fully implement comprehensive school counseling programs. They've been a little bit underwater with kind of being in response mode to all of the student needs, just as many other educators have experienced. So what I mean by that is they've been subbing in classrooms. They don't have enough support from other school mental health professionals. For example, we have a counselor who has 730 kids and no other support. So that makes it very difficult to implement comprehensive programming. Also, we have a school mental health grant for our state. We are one of 5 states to receive a school mental health grant. So we have a lot of money to try and work on workforce development, recruitment, and retention. But for example, in speaking with UNR, they have a really robust school counseling program. They are turning away candidates because they don't have enough professors that meet the requirements for their accreditation. So now we're not able to graduate enough students to help fill some of these openings that we have. Our ratios are extremely high, and really just trying to ensure that our school counselors can provide the services that they should be providing. But we are still facing challenges like testing. They're subbing in classrooms. Their lunch duty is 2 to 3 times what a typical teacher might be. And we just don't have enough people. So I hope I gave you a little bit of a picture in a concise few minutes here.
You did, thank you.
And did I stop sharing my screen?
You did, yes, we can see you.
Okay.
So question.